No, never give up, never surrender.
We're exporting a whole lot of really bad and dangerous rhetoric, bad research, and unfortunately it's being picked up and amplified in other countries.
Never forget the elephant in the room. It's actually such a big elephant that I don't think people can even breathe in that room. It's such a huge elephant. It's the number one preventable cause of death in Australia. So when you are taking a precautionary approach, when you're like, no, we just don't know enough, I just tell them, shut up, because that just I don't know is killing people right now.
We're worried that, in fact, a lot of members of the public still think that using an e-cigarette is as harmful as smoking a cigarette. I mean, I have said that it would be tragic if smokers didn't quit and carried on smoking because they hadn't tried an e-cigarette, because they were worried about the safety of an e-cigarette.
It's not about really quitting smoking. Their ideological viewpoint against vaping is so strong and so weird. Like, honestly, it's just weird. I don't know why it invokes this incredible sort of anger from these people. I mean, this colleague of mine said to me when I first moved to get the inquiry up, her comment to me was, why don't they just use a patch? And I said to her, do you smoke? And she's like, no. I said, have you ever smoked? And she said, no. And I said, well, shut up then. You don't know how hard it is to quit smoking.
Engorged penis.
Well, good evening and hello. Welcome to Son of Liberty Radio, and I'm your host, Patrick. So, hey, what the hell's going on, people? I see people in the chat room. There's a bastard is here, and homicidal maniac, and Mallory, and Tom, and Troop. Troop wants to know if he's been banned or something because he's testing the waters. There's Will Webb, and I'm in there, and Mark Sliss. Hey ho, everyone, says Mark Sliss. So, yeah, if you're a smoker in the United States and you go to the doctor and he writes you a prescription for Chantix because he doesn't want you to die of, of cancer, guess what? You may still get cancer. We'll talk about that. I don't know if she's a temporary or not. The current head of the FDA testified in Congress this week, and yeah, we're going to talk about her non-answers to questions. It looks like Canada could be attempting to ban flavors in their entire country. It looks like. So we'll also talk about that. But hey, how the hell is everybody doing? Kevin said to me when he came in, he's backstage right now, by the way. He said this week has been just, he didn't say messed up, but messed up. But hey, Kevin.
What? Don't start with me. You don't pay me enough.
I don't pay you nothing, actually. You just hang out for me for free.
Yeah, we're just going to do that.
Yeah.
Troop. No. Troop and anybody else in the thing. I've been shadow banned enough to know the shadow ban link that I put in our chat on Facebook will show you whether you are or not.
Oh,
yeah,
nice.
Just a little trick I stole from Shannon a while back. A sparkly lady.
So
it was a shit show of a week.
You can tell whether or not you've been banned, huh?
Shadow banned. Yeah, they can make you.
What's shadow ban?
Almost invisible. Almost. You can see your own comments. Others can't see your replies. And it can last from 2 minutes to, I was on one for like 5 days, and I'm not quite sure how exactly you get on it, but it'll tell you pretty quickly. It does a quick search of tweets, and
I'm just wondering, Kevin, I don't want to talk about this very much, but I do want to say that there was a study this week that was released earlier in the week, and it was about social media engagement with vapors, with us. Mm-hmm. And what was the word that I kept seeing everybody talking about on this?
On that one specifically?
Yeah. What was the word that they
I don't know.
that they
Did I send
used? It's in the chat.
Hang on. I don't know which
it's
one.
it's above the one that you're looking at probably. Because I said no full text available was my comment when you sent it to me.
Oh yeah. Hold on. I'm on last week's. Hold on.
What do you mean last week's? We already talked about last week's stuff.
I went too far. I got all excited.
Well, we tend to do that a lot. We tend to go too far a lot on this show.
I'm on the 15th, so hang on a minute. Figure out.
Oh my God, Kevin! Oh my God!
We carry.
I thought you were organized and shit. You said I'm ready to start sharing.
Okay, no. So this one was.
Oh, see, I'm going to give everybody seizures. Give me
this
a
was Australia, and I told you to sit down, and it's a pre-release only. It's not full text. What if I tell you inferior? What if I tell you e-cigarette?
That was the word I was looking for.
Inferior.
They're calling all of you inferior.
You bunch of nicotine-infested monkey mother scoochers.
You're inferior to what? To who? I mean,
well, just you're inferior. What if I tell you e-cigarette users are inferior? It's a question mark. I've never seen a question mark in a study of any kind. And these two young ladies, it may have been in the content, but not in the title. These two young ladies, Rong Ma and Zena Ma, are communications people. They have communications on their Twitter, Patrick. Now, let me ask you a question. If you're a communications major, wouldn't one of your, in today's society, wouldn't one of your tools to communicate be Twitter?
What is a society?
Huh? Society? Are you going to bring it up? Because Rong and Zenon protected their tweets. Now, I don't understand if they're communication majors,
so
why they would
this
do
person's name is Rong Ma?
Yeah, I guess.
He's wrong?
They're two ladies, two females.
She is wrong?
I think so. And I don't know what Zexon could...
Zexon sounds like some sort of video game character.
Right? So they've protected their tweets, Patrick. Go ahead. Perceived.
So, I mean, okay.
Well,
so all right. Let's just dive into this real quick. It says,
all right, fine.
Drawing on the literature on social identity threat.
Yes.
This study examined how threatening e-cigarette users' identities in a narrative impacts their perceived behavioral control regarding e-cigarette use, and how this effect can be moderated by de-emphasizing the story character's user identity.
Stop.
Now, what the fuck does that mean, Kevin?
Well, that means they called Chapman, who isn't on the show tonight, is he? You're not going to surprise me.
No, he has not responded.
So they called.
He still hasn't banned me though.
I don't like you. So when they called Chimpman up, they said we got some guy named Bruni and Paul and this other guy, and how exactly should we describe them? And then they wrote this, evidently, maybe, possibly.
So, right. It says in an experiment, current e-cigarette users, 395, read a conversation between the main character, an e-cigarette user, and their friend.
Chimpman.
Identity threat was manipulated using negative descriptions of e-cigarette users, and identity emphasis was manipulated through the main character's self-description. Okay, so all right, I got to do this. Let's highlight this word identity threat. I'm going to copy this.
Yeah.
I'm going to go over here and go into a Google window, and I'm going to paste this, and I'm going to hit definition.
All right.
So social identity threat is defined as the concern people have in situations in which the positive image of their in-group is threatened by the activation of negative group stereotypes or by devaluation or stigmatization of the in-group.
So
That's
stigmatization.
an actual fucking
It's a definition. So when they call us shills, or they call us bots, or they call us trolls, is that what you mean? Because I'm new here. I don't know.
No, well, I mean, if that's the case, then I actually am guilty of this because I do refer to certain groups of users of these products. I say the words neck beards a lot.
Lift your chin up for me. Just there you go. Okay, good. All right.
And I say flat build cap wearers.
Flat bill.
I usually say flat cap bill, flat bill cap neck beards.
I say nicotine infested sheep bots too. So there you go.
We're actually we're performing identity threat on our own in group.
What I want to clarify before you proceed, sir, is that this is a study, I believe, only in Australia. So I will not be appearing in the final print, but I bet you I know who will be.
I know a couple people that might be.
They're going to have like 42. What was it? 395. They're going to have.
So apparently they typed up a piece of paper with a conversation between people, and they handed it to vapors and said, "Read this and tell us what you think about yourself after you've read this."
I guess, and then what they said was,
"Is that what
I feel that my identity has been threatened." I'm sure that's what happened.
Okay. Yeah, it says in an experiment, current e-cigarette users, 395, read a conversation between the main character, an e-cigarette user, and their friend. Mm-hmm. Identity threat was manipulated using negative descriptions of e-cigarette users, and identity emphasis was manipulated through the main character's self-description. So apparently the person that's in the fictional conversation that's a supposed e-cigarette user is attacking themselves.
You like science fiction. You explain it better than I do. That's the way I get it too. Go ahead.
Results showed identity threat in the message could influence perceived behavioral control to reduce e-cigarette use through two routes. First, attacking e-cigarette users' identity led to perceived threat, which predicted lower perceived behavioral control. Furthermore, character identity emphasis moderated the effect of identity threat. Yeah. For a character with low identity emphasis attacking... Okay, so, Kev...
Go ahead, what?
Kev, so we've already discussed on this show that a lot of people that use nicotine, smokers, chewers, vapors, probably are drawn to nicotine use because of pressures, stresses, mental illness, traumas. We had Dr. Glover on last week talking specifically about these topics. Mm-hmm. And now, I mean, obviously that means that some of these people that use these products probably already have low self-esteem because of all of the problems, their stresses, their, real life situations, their mental illnesses, their drug addictionnesses, whatever. They're, being abused as children, all these different things add up. And somebody is deciding to create a study where they specifically target people that they would identify with and make them insult them. You get what I'm saying?
I'm concerned that you're thinking that this might be a tobacco control tool. I'm shocked.
I'm positive that this they're doing this is like beta testing. This is like, hey, let's make these people feel even worse about themselves.
Well, yeah, because if we can, then we will. I'm going to throw this in the link for you, or I'm going to throw it in the link, the chat on Facebook, guys. I'm not.
So I'm not on this YouTube. Is not the Australian study, by the way, Kevin.
Oh shit! Wrong. You're right. I think you're right. Well,
the one that I had on screen earlier that you forgot about was the Australian study. We will talk about that in a moment because our Australian friends are in the chat room. Some of them.
Oh yeah, this is everybody, but I may or may not be on it.
Well, I mean, we're not in Australia. Why would we feel necessary to be included in a study about Australia?
Well,
Kevin, are you that egotistical?
No, but I figured you were going to say something.
Seriously? Come on, Kevin.
Well,
this is not always about you.
It's perceived. It's perceived.
So I'm not going to continue with that abusive study, but I did want to point out all they're doing is play testing. They're beta testing. They're, checking to see if their prospective attack methods are going to affect people in a negative way.
But how can they have a fictional study with 395 people?
It's not a fictional study. It's a real study with only 395 people. They had a fictional conversation that they typed up and handed it to people.
You see how manipulative they are?
And
I thought it was
they wanted to see if their fictional story where the vapor in the story was either self depreciating or negative on themselves would affect the people that read the fictional conversation in a negative way.
I agree with Will. Maybe they should do a study on these nuts.
Well,
and why not?
I don't want to talk about Will's nuts, by the way. It's not appropriate for our show.
Liana. That you.
Seriously is not appropriate, Kevin.
You going
back? We're gonna talk about the Aussie thing now because there's
now we're going
Aussies
backwards.
in the chat
Now
room
you're really screwing.
Well, because you started at the wrong place, Kevin.
Don't act inferior. Stop being inferior.
I don't want you to feel bad about yourself, Kevin, but you are inferior.
This is the one where my drop bears come in.
I wonder how much money. See this right here? It says short research article. Do they get paid the same amount for a short research article versus a full size?
Well, I don't know. But if it's a short one, it's probably a Bloomberg funded one. We'll find out.
Well, did you see Addie Tooney just popped into the chat room and said hello to you?
No, I did not. Hello, Addie.
And I just want you to know Addie is in the room.
I'm watching my TV.
And Bruni was on YouTube and now he's in Facebook.
I know he's bouncing around.
He's one of those damn Aussies that move around a little bit. But
he drops
anyway,
around.
This is interesting. Now, this is not the one that called people inferior, by the way. This is another one. So this is it says here, a content analysis of the tweets of e-cigarette proponents in Australia. So it says right there, Kevin, in Australia.
Yep.
We are not in Australia.
No. So it can't be us.
So we probably won't be included in this, Mr. Ego. Just because you've already been studied like 8 times. And
well, I was feeling inferior and I wanted to push my Hey, Yolanda. Here's the next one in the chat.
So it says here, social media sites have become platforms for public discourse on e-cigarettes, providing proponents with an opportunity to disseminate favorable information about the devices. Research examining the information being presented by Australian proponents of e-cigarettes is limited. Accordingly, this study explored the Twitter feeds of Australian proponents of e-cigarettes to determine the nature of the e-cigarette related content being disseminated. So, do you understand what that says, Kevin?
Not well. Accordingly, I do know what that means. And then
so they're saying there's not enough research on Australian Twitters.
They didn't even mention drop bears.
We're gonna study the tweets of Australian vapors to see what they're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
And determine the nature of the e-cigarette related content being disseminated.
Mm-hmm.
And they got a paycheck for this. I mean, I want to be a Twitter researcher, Kevin. So methods. All publicly available e-cigarette related tweets and retweets that were only 1,397 disseminated over a 15-week period by 5 Australian e-cigarette proponents were captured and analyzed. So they didn't analyze every Australian Twitter account that was pushing positive. They just picked 5 guys or girls, or guys and girls, or guys, girls, and non-binaries, and Z's and Zers, and I don't know. Anyway, so the main topics covered in the 1,397 tweets analyzed related to criticism of the arguments made by public health agencies advocates who oppose e-cigarettes. 29% of the tweets were that. Australian e-cigarette policy, 19%. The health risks of e-cigarettes, 16%. And the efficacy of e-cigarettes as cessation tools, 13%. So my harm reduction people in Australia, you need to up your game, because you need to be talking about the benefits, which they didn't even include in this, and how many of you actually use e-cigarettes to quit smoking, because they're saying only 13% of you are talking about how easy it was to quit smoking with vapor technology.
They missed that part. They moved on beyond it.
So proponents argued that the precautionary principle adopted by public health agencies and advocates lacks an appropriate evidence base, and that legalizing e-cigarettes would reduce smoking rates and smoking-related harms. Proponents minimized the risks associated with e-cigarette use and only presented the evidence indicating that use facilitates smoking cessation. Now, Kevin.
What?
So they're saying that proponents minimize the risks associated with e-cigarettes, which is 3, the health risks of e-cigarettes. And they're saying that was 16% of the tweets, right? That's what that says right there.
Correct.
And then they're saying that they only presented evidence indicating that use facilitates smoking cessation. And they're saying up above that only 13% of the tweets that were studied had anything to do with smoking cessation. That's what it says in the same paragraph.
So you've already peer reviewed it, and there you have it.
So
what?
I'm just interested, Kevin.
It says
here, in conclusion, the assessed tweets have the potential to reduce the public's trust in the information being presented by authoritative public health agencies and advocates.
Stop.
And the dissemination of what? Well, in Australia, who is the guy that's in charge of public health? Isn't he like an attorney?
Yeah, I can't remember.
He's not a doctor, right? So what makes him an authoritative public health advocate? Because he's an idiot. He's an attorney.
I want to hide, isn't it, Mike Cunt? I want to really stress and repeat this sentence. The assessed tweets have the potential to reduce the public's trust in the bold loudness information being presented by authoritative public health agencies and advocates. That's exactly what we're doing, people. That's why I want you on Twitter.
That's why we do what we do. That is exactly the purpose of our activities, is to open people's eyes and reduce the public's health, or the public's trust, not the public's health, the public's trust in the information that's being sent to them, because it's disinformation.
So whoever ends up on this fucking tweet study, if they ever release the actual study, kudos to you.
You get a gold medal because you've achieved your goal.
This is exactly what I wanted to see. I want them to be nervous. I want them to be questioning. We've got them running scared, man. What? Huh? Why would they want to study something like this? Because that's what you're doing in Australia. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is what I want to see. That's exactly what I want.
Victory.
And fuck them.
So it says the dissemination of information downplaying the Health risks associated with e-cigarettes may distort the perceptions of the devices. So, we've never wavered on this, right, Kevin? We've had this science ever since, the Royal College of Physicians put it out, which is an expansive review of all available science. We're not inflating the number. We're saying 95% less harmful, at least 95% less harmful. We have never changed. We've never distorted. That is the number that a very well-researched and learned public health organization has done using all available science, right?
And yet it's never been, there's no rebuttal.
No, they just say that's not true.
If they said it's not true and they said it's only 50%, not only would I question it, then I would see it and I'd go, well, all right, well, maybe it's 50%. Maybe public health is England is wrong. And maybe not. Either way, give me a real number or shut the hell up.
I'm just, every time even in the Australian hearings, I've seen this before. They've never rebutted it. They've never brought an alternative. All they've said is that was written by 5 dudes. That's not the entire public health organization. It's not the entire, UK health system. That's not Public Health England. That's not the full body of the Royal College of Physicians. It's just 5 dudes. That's what they say.
Here's what I say
every time. They don't ever say, well, here's different science that proves otherwise. No, they never say that. All they do is they attack the provenance. We know because Public Health England has released it twice now, because they did the original one, and then a few years later they said, hey, we're going to review all the fucking science again and release another report. And they did. And they reiterated their prior conclusion. So
here's what I say.
I don't want to hear you attacking Public Health England. I don't want you attacking Royal College of Physicians. Come with your science.
You do
come with something that proves otherwise.
If nothing else, I've said these words to I've said it to Ruth Malone, I've said it to Chapman, I've said it to others. You don't have to prove me wrong. You have to prove yourself right. And that's okay. And if I'm wrong, ask Ed. Holy shit, I was wrong. So on you.
In the courts in the United States, at least, it's innocent until proven guilty, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this study should be, I mean, that's how we think about everything, right? We when we meet somebody, we don't immediately assume that they're lying to us, that they're assholes. We have to be shown.
No.
So bring a counter argument, bring science. Don't just try to diminish the importance of this study or this review by attacking the authors. Instead, bring me evidence. Show me.
What do you know? What can you tell me? And not only do we correct ourselves, we correct professionals. We have the potential to reduce public trust in your information. But stop fucking with us.
So the so what paragraph says so what? That's the question that they're asking is, so what? To assist tobacco control efforts, results highlight the need for one, ongoing surveillance of tweets of e-cigarette proponents, and 2, provision of evidence-based counter arguments on social media.
I've been waiting for that for about 8 years.
So what they're saying is we need to keep spying on them and researching their tweets and counting, what they say and making a list, and B, provision of evidence-based counter arguments on. Okay, show me the evidence. I'm willing. I'm ready. Bring me evidence-based counter arguments that I can read and may or may not dissuade me.
Yes.
That's what we need. I want science. I want information. Show me where Public Health England is wrong. Show me where the Royal College of Physicians are wrong. Show me where, like, what was it? There like 80 public health organizations in that Twitter thread now. It's some ungodly number where they're even wrong when they admit that vaping is safer than smoking and probably would help. I mean, there's ungodly numbers of these people that have admitted it.
Yep. I've asked
what
that
you're
question.
saying, how bring me the science.
That's all they have to do. No, they want to run their freaking twit. Prove
about their tits,
yourself.
Man. That's rude.
If you prove yourself right, that's fine. You and I have been on Twitter long enough and in the world long enough. If you're wrong, you're wrong. You know, it's okay. You're allowed to be wrong. I know it's very rare for you to be wrong. I know, but we have it on record so that we know that you're wrong on occasion. And I'm
3
wrong
times
more.
now.
3 is it 3 this week? Where are we? So you fuckers in Australia keep dropping the bears on their little heads and keep making them nervous, and everybody else around the world do the same damn thing to your country. Because that's what I like to see. I got a kick out of that. I really did. So
you got
what?
A kick out of that.
I did.
So what?
So what? The whole thing.
So you shared a YouTube video.
I did.
You did.
What? Is it a YouTube or the user?
It is a YouTube. It is a YouTube video.
Oh, this one's
it
the
is
YouTube.
Clipped.
Yep.
It is a clip. Let me make sure that I have the sound shared, Kevin.
All right, fine.
It is in the middle of, well, it's towards the end of this long hour and 49-minute video, but who is this? Tell me what's going on in this clip, Kevin.
Is it the YouTube clip or is it the second one that I sent you? Because the second one shortens it down.
Well, it's actually it starts at 1 hour and 39 minutes.
Okay, it's
so you shared it at a specific time.
Some congressman and Janet Woodcock, the FDA acting.
That's
new
the
to
word
her
I was
job.
For acting, yes,
commissioner, acting commissioner, as opposed to knowing what the hell you're doing, commissioner. She's the acting commissioner.
So this video is titled "An Epidemic Continues."
That's right.
Youth vaping in America.
And I apologize. I don't know the guy's name.
Man,
he's a senator or Congress or something.
This is some dude.
Some dude.
Okay, so this is where you brought us in right here.
Used by 41% of youth vapers. And research shows that many of these young people are unaware of the danger that they're exposing themselves to. So, Commissioner, do you agree that by the metrics I've just mentioned, we're still experiencing a youth vaping epidemic?
Yes.
Do you agree that Juul is the e-cigarette company most responsible for creating this epidemic?
That's how it would appear.
In ruling on pre-market tobacco product applications, will you commit to considering past bad acts in marketing to children and popularity with children when you go through your decision-making process?
We have to adhere to the criteria laid out in the legislation that Congress passed, and we will do that. You're talking about the validity of data that's submitted to us. We take a very close look at the validity of the data.
I appreciate that. If there are changes to the statute that you think would help you to enforce the spirit of the legislation, I would greatly appreciate it communicating with you. Do you agree that a nicotine product used by 41% of youth vapers is hurting the overall public health for generations to come?
Most likely it's hurting that generation. I can't comment on generations to come, but it is definitely a public health problem of significance.
Thank you, Doctor. Do Do you trust the Tobacco Product Scientific Advisory Committee and their advice?
Which
The
advisory?
Tobacco Products Scientific Advisory Committee.
This is the FDA committee? Or,
Yes.
likely.
Did you see that face, Kevin? When he asked that question, did you see her expression?
I'm a little flushed myself now.
This is the head of the FDA and doesn't even know
Acting
that they have it. Well, yes, the acting head of the FDA doesn't even know.
Did you notice
that there's a tobacco product safety committee? Did you hear him say 41%? Go ahead. She doesn't have any.
He's referring.
Clue. He says that 41%. I mean, he's making a case that 41% of youth vapors use Juuls, because that was the lead up question was about Juul.
But the 41,
like he's going
number,
at
right,
41% of youth vapors,
right,
are being addicted and turned into nicotine zombies by one specific product.
Yes, brain worms and all.
So
you didn't.
But
finish
wait,
her.
is
there? Wait, there's more.
There's more.
I do. I'm not familiar with this committee. I'm sorry. I'm
Okay.
kind of new to my job.
To provide for the record more information on that.
Certainly.
Madam Commissioner, appreciate your responsiveness and your succinctness. Juul hooked a nation of children in the light of day.
That's good enough. You can't have somebody say, hey, by the way, we got this commission thing going on. It's been around since like 2009, I think. And you probably ought to know the name of it before you get up on the stand or your chair.
So is there like a job description? Like when I take a new job,
no,
they hand me a piece of paper that tells me what my job responsibilities are, right?
I've decided that if you're in tobacco control, there is no limit to your stupidity, up to and including doing studies about fake shit now. So there you go. And
the volume on that video is out of my control. I had it jacked all the way up.
The 41% part that I was keying on is that I'm waiting to see a report from a journalist saying 41% of children vape, not of children.
Oh, no. They're going to misrepresent that number for sure.
They're going to twist that around. And I'm waiting, and
Definitely.
it's probably going to happen by Monday. If not, it won't. But Liana, eat your dinner. Shh, just mute it. A Bastards joined us. Cheech, rather, 180 has joined us. Anthony's on there.
Anthony's here. Anthony. I'm Anthony.
I know I missed half of you, Mallory. Ed, did they release you from probation finally? Good. Are you going straight to the next one?
Well, I was going to show this Twitter screenshot that you.
Go ahead.
Because you sent it, I figured you wanted to see it. So these have been around for a long time, by the way.
These?
Kevin.
What?
Well, you're showing me a picture of the tweet that says we are aware of serious health risks and deaths.
They know about deaths. Now, in my
from
day,
poppers.
When I was a youngin' and Ed was in his 30s, these were called whippets, I thought.
No.
Whippets
are nitrous oxide.
Okay.
Yeah. These
are
the
wrong joint. Sorry.
I mean, obviously, there's different ones of the poppers, right? So, these are.
I'm new here. I don't
capsules
know.
are like bottles, and they contain things that you get. Amyl nitrate. Yes, this is amyl nitrate.
Deaths.
So,
Patrick.
whippets are slightly different. Now, I mean, as far as I will pause for a minute because I was at a party many, like when I was in college. So that's been many moons ago. Like
It's a Thursday. Okay.
Many moons ago.
Decades.
And somebody was actually, doing whippets.
Mm-hmm.
And it's essentially, it's chemical propellant basically. And they actually did pass out and fall through a glass table
Ooh-wee.
at the party.
But they didn't die, thankfully.
Not from the no, they didn't die. They were severely injured and could have
Well, it's not a party.
Sliced their jugular or something on the way through the glass. It's possible.
Somebody's got to bleed or something's got to get broke or it's not a party.
Yes.
So I'm good. I'm good with it. Yeah,
so
it's like
apparently,
paint.
Yes, it is. It is indeed
inhalation.
Indeed,
yes.
Inhaling like huffing. Yes, that's we are aware of serious health risks and deaths.
Deaths. For Christ's sake, deaths.
They are often labeled as nail polish removers, but are not intended for that purpose.
I'm new here.
By the way, guys, do not like breathe in like when your wife is cleaning her nails because that stuff is nasty. There's a lot of acetone in that.
I can't do that homicidal. I can't do it.
I can't even walk. Dude, I am like so like old man now. Like I can't even go with my wife to like the Bath and Body Works because of the plethora of like conjoining and mixing and the cacophony of like different scents.
What was that word? Don't make me Google. Cacophony?
Cacophony.
Do I have to use it in context or out of?
Cacophony is like a dissonance. It's like a mixture of so much like noise. For example, you can have a cacophony of noise where you have so many different sounds going at the same time that it just sounds like chaos.
That's above my pay grade. I need another raise.
A cacophony of scents would be walking into a store that has 800 different scents, and in the middle of the room, they sort of just blend together into a beast of like odor. But anyway, I got off on the cacophony. I can't remember what I was going to say now. Oh, nail polish removers. That it says nail polish removers, but are being ingested or inhaled for recreation. So, by the way, do not drink a popper.
No. Oh my
They're
God.
specifically meant to be like that, but don't drink it. No, that would be bad. That would be bad. And, obviously, depending on, the level of amyl nitrate or whatever is the activeness in there. Because some of these, one of these says ecstasy and one of these says super rush. And I see one that says jungle juice. And one of them says red rum, which is murder backwards if you haven't watched The Shining.
We're aware of health risks and deaths. We're going to still... What we're going to do is we're going to track these things because we want to take appropriate actions like in the next 14 years. So where are poppers for, parents for
poppers? Let me look here. Popper deaths.
Oh, my freaking word.
Popper related deaths. Let's see.
Good point. I didn't look.
Well, while we're here. Might as well while we're talking about it.
What I don't understand is that they're going to track it.
It says, is amyl nitrate safe? I found a story.
Okay.
And this is from Medical News Today, and I don't really want to accept your cookie policy, you bastards. So poppers are a liquid drug that can give an instant high when inhaled. Other names are for it are amyl nitrate, butyl nitrate, or liquid gold. The effects of poppers appear quickly and include dizziness, warm sensations, and increased heart rate and headaches. Poppers have a widespread recreational use. The drug can cause euphoric effects as a sex enhancer by relaxing anal muscles.
Well,
that's information for you, Kevin.
That explains Paul's infatuation.
Poppers are sometimes marketed as room deodorizers or leather cleaners, although people rarely use them for that purpose. That's almost exactly from they said instead of room deodorizers or leather cleaners, she said nail polish remover.
That's what she said.
Although intense, most of the euphoric effects wear off quickly, typically within a few minutes. The drug is unsafe for people to take. Duh. So I just wanted to scroll. Is there any number of deaths? I mean, obviously, it says here that they were used a lot, and a lot of people got AIDS and stuff, and risky behaviors. Let's see: sudden drop in blood pressure, dizziness, increased heart rate, lightheadedness, warm sensations,
anal leakage,
unwanted effects. Let's see: headaches, respiratory reactions, crusty skin lesions.
Well, now I'm all in. I'm intrigued.
Well, now they relax your butt and allow for crusty skin lesions.
This is making my. Never mind. It's puckering, especially if I'm anywhere near Paul. Don't be Mickey in my drinks.
It doesn't say anything about deaths there, so
no body bags on this one. All right. So you've got children in body bags, regardless, and they're going to track it. So bath salts, Patrick, we've had this discussion. Within a year, people are going crazy, and they like, hey, this ain't good. This has got to stop. People are trying to eat people and zombies and shit in Florida.
Zombie. Oh,
and this, they're just going to track it because she's new at her job and she doesn't really want
to. So now
overindulge.
I've just been flagged by the FDA and the FBI because I just did that search.
You did not.
That's probably on one of the watch lists.
You're on another watch list. Good.
So there was a second clip here, Kevin. Was this the same clip?
It was just a shorter clip, and just for those of you who want to know, I will send it on the Facebook chat. It's a clip from CNBC or CNN or something. I don't know.
CNBC?
C-SPAN. It's C-SPAN. If you go to C-SPAN and you want to find, which I found like a 2004 thing from my pal Matt Myers, and I chopped it to exactly what I wanted it to be. And this is what I did with our acting FDA director, Miss or Mrs. Woodcock. And if you go there, you can do it without having an account. I happen to make an account just because I've done it a few times. I got Gottlieb on another one a while back. I got Richard Burr on one a while back, and now her. So it's a useful tool when you have testimony where C-SPAN's just going to let you do it for free. If you want a specific spot. I call them snippets.
Snippets.
It's a snippet.
As long as it's not like a niplet or something.
That's just an homage to my pal Jerry, which we'll talk about in a minute.
So when I
don't start with me. You know how I get. Don't look at me in that tone of voice.
So I'm gonna skip ahead just a little bit, Kevin.
What are you doing that for?
Because it was one of the things I listed in the show notes like earlier.
Yeah.
So that is like a newer thing. We're gonna skip ahead just a hair and we'll go back. So today, Kevin, you sent me. I'm pretty sure you sent me.
Liana has a question.
Well,
I know you're busy. Come on. I sent you.
Yes, you sent me a link from Bloomberg.
Oh yeah. All right.
That says, I'm zooming in here just a little bit. I gotta rub it. All right. So it says, the headline says, Pfizer pauses Chantix distribution after finding carcinogen.
Oh my God! So this was a short shot last week about it in some other country, I don't know. And then today if you're, I'm on the wrong screen. If you're, yeah, you got it up, so I'll let you go there. I'll link it.
So this is from Bloomberg, who probably is now kicking himself. So for those of you that don't know, there's a company called Pfizer that makes a drug called Chantix, or outside of the country, that's in other countries, it's called Chantix. But the whole idea behind this pill is that it will help you quit smoking and get away from those deadly cancer-causing cigarettes.
Yeah. Yeah.
So apparently, Pfizer did a random test of a couple batches of their Chantix pills,
This is
or Chantix pills.
FDA approved.
Yes.
Formerly black boxed. Jinx.
Error removed. Responsible for close to 3,000 potential suicides or successful suicides. People that are, smoking and they don't want to die. So their doctor says, take Chantix. They take Chantix and then they kill themselves. That happened. I'm not making that up.
That's a quit.
But now Pfizer says, hey, our cancer medicines have not been selling as much because people aren't smoking as much. So let's do a couple batches of Chantix, and we're going to throw some extra nitrosamines in there because, those cause cancer. And let's get these people a different way.
And for the record, I would like to thank Mallory for cranking me up on this, by the way, on Twitter.
But when I saw this article, Kevin.
Yes, sir.
And, here, I'll read it real quick. We'll read some of it real quick. So it says here, Pfizer Incorporated said it's pausing worldwide distribution of its smoking cessation drug Chantix after finding elevated levels of nitrosamines, a likely carcinogen, in the pills. The drug giant is also recalling certain lots of Chantix that didn't say how many. They didn't say how many. The distribution halt is out of an abundance of caution, pending further testing, the company said in an email. The US FDA, as well as other regulatory authorities around the world, have asked pharmaceutical companies to assess their products for nitrosamines after one called N-nitrosodimethylamide, or NDMA, not MDMA, because some people really like MDMA, was found 3 years ago in blood pressure pills. So not only did they find nitrosamines in Chantix, but apparently a few years ago, they found nitrosamines in blood pressure pills. Oh, my blood pressure's high. Here, take this pill. Now I have cancer.
There's more.
I'm not done. I know. Nitrosamines have since been found in the heartburn drug Zantac and its generic form, ranitidine, which were pulled from the market, and the widely used diabetes drug metformin. The health news website Stat earlier reported that Pfizer paused Chantix distribution. The benefits of Chantix, known generally as varenicline, I'm not even going to try to say it, outweigh the very low potential risks, if any, posed by nitrosamine exposure from varenicline, on top of other common sources over a lifetime. Eamon Nolan, the spokesman for Pfizer, said in an email. So here's the thing, Kev. When I was looking at this news article, I said to myself, I wonder if there's any video coverage of this that I could play during the show.
What a great question.
Because sometimes it's interesting to play video clips during the show. And sure. I did a search on YouTube for the words Chantix cancer.
Okay.
And sadly, I didn't find any new news coverage of this that was on TV. Okay. However, I did find a video from 7 years ago, Kevin. that was done by UC. It's a newscast. It's PBS in California, where they're talking to somebody that's a professor or a researcher at the University of California, San Diego. And the question of the video says, does Chantix significantly help smokers quit? So we're going to play, it's a 4-minute video. We're not going to play the whole video, but we're going to play a little bit of it. So let me make
San
this
Diego
full
researchers
screen.
surveyed more than 39,000 smokers who tried to quit in the last year and compared the nicotine replacement drug Chantix to other replacement therapies like the nicotine patch, gum, inhaler, and other prescription medications. And they found Chantix doesn't translate into more smokers breaking the habit. Joining me with...
So 7 years ago,
they could have investigated.
They did a study, and the study proved that Chantix is no more successful at helping people quit smoking than the patch or the gum or the lozenges, which is only at most, what did we decide, Kevin? What do you say?
7%.
That's what the research says. 7%.
That's what Truth has said on Twitter. That's what Gottlieb has said on Twitter. And for the record, folks, Gottlieb pushed this drug through.
Yes.
Helped push it through.
So
before it was
a California University research project, is basically saying that the method of smoking cessation that public health is pushing
endorsing
doesn't work.
And telling you that's the only thing you can do doesn't work.
Not only is Pfizer making batches of it now that cause cancer, but it doesn't even help you quit smoking.
So
according to this, we're going to play more.
The implications are my guest, epidemiologist Wael Al-Dalami, smoking researcher at UC San Diego School of Medicine, and Jody McEdward, a certified tobacco treatment specialist at Sharp Reese Steely. And Jody, how is Chantix different than other nicotine replacement treatments?
Well, unlike nicotine replacement therapies such as the patch or lozenges, the gum, or even the nasal spray, where they put a little bit of nicotine in the brain to relieve cravings and think clearly, what Chantix does is basically keep the nicotinic receptors from breaking down and needing more nicotine, or dopamine rather. So essentially they're satisfied and there's no craving.
So it works on the craving side. And Wael, now we know that UCSD researchers found that it had no significant impact, as they put it, on adults who tried to quit smoking. Is there any ideas why this type of process didn't work as well?
Well, I mean, it's well known that there is no one magic bullet that will help in treatment.
So
did he get in a time machine and travel to last week when we specifically were talking about meeting the addict or the user or whatever word you want to use where they are, and that I specifically said there is no magic bullet. This guy is stealing my words from the past.
I don't understand why he would even do that. So I'm gonna make another point about Chantix. In the UK, if you want it, I'll link it. It's not on this screen. They used underage children on a test with this product, and it didn't help them quit either. They used this black boxed product, now with carcinogens, no extra charge, to try to see if it would help children quit. So I'm so pissed off, I'm going to try to find that while you finish.
Treatment, it's a multiple of ways. And so this is proving to the evidence that we have found that 70% of people actually quit on their own without any treatment.
And Judy,
70% of people quit cold turkey is what this guy just said.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Now, I would challenge that, but no, I wouldn't, because he said 70% of the people that do quit, do it on their own.
Right.
But that's not saying that 70% of the people that smoke would be successful at quitting without any help.
Right.
I almost thought that's what he said, but I don't want to put words in his mouth because he's actually saying things that I agree with.
Right.
Speaking of quitting, we know a bunch of people. I'm sure all of us know someone who's tried to quit over and over again and hasn't been successful, and others quit cold turkey. They've been smoking for years and they quit cold turkey. What plays into whether a smoker is successful at quitting?
Well, it starts first with the desire to quit, always. That's so important. You have to want to make the change. But it's also starting to pay attention to the very subtle but automatic behaviors where smoking or any tobacco use bleeds into our lives. So their plan has to not just be about medication. That's a bridge. It's to help get over cravings. You have to look at your social environment, and you have to look at the powerful memories and the emotional relationship that you have with this drug that's helping you deal with your life.
Holy shit.
So earlier she said they put a tiny little bit of nicotine in those patches and gums, just a tiny little bit, right? So
well, in the patch, in the ones that are on the market in the United States, yeah.
Nicotine addiction.
That's why they don't work.
Multi-billion-dollar global lie, period. So I shared this after you're done, so you know.
No. Did you hear what she just said, Kevin?
Where they are?
That you need to you need to find out what emotional what their relationship is with nicotine,
right?
And what emotional triggers and pressures have developed that relationship with nicotine. Holy crap.
Yeah.
This was from 2015.
So where are these two people now looking at other things and why they don't work, and why isn't it just taken off the market? Because it's a profitable product, period.
It don't work. That's
now,
their words. It don't work.
Now, not only can you possibly have, crazy thoughts and just insane things happen to you, to yourself, up to and including suicide and hurting other people, homicidal tendencies that normally wouldn't have come out, but maybe will. You can also develop cancer quicker. So what I shared was, I'm not gonna dwell on this. I'll link it in the chat. I just highlighted this. Pfizer's quit smoking Chantix fails its study in adolescent smokers. Now, I'm not going to scroll. I'm just going to show you guys adolescents between 12 and 16 in the United States and 12 and 17 in Europe. This was approved by the US FDA in 2006. Thank you very kindly, Scott Gottlieb. And I'll link the rest. But these are children they're trying this on after they knew the effects that they had on the adults. And that all by itself pisses me off. I don't want to leave. I want to stop. There we go.
Don't leave.
So I don't have a whole lot of faith in any of these cocksuckers to begin with. And it just pisses me off that up to and including the problems that they already know they have, now there's cancerous ingredients. So people that really want to try to quit smoking, and that's the option that they're given, are suffering even more. I don't see where reduction of harm is in that mix. I don't feel it. I don't see it, and it pisses me off.
They don't.
Period.
They accept harm reduction. Hey, dude, they literally accept harm reduction in every facet of our lives. We did the A to Z. I did the A to Z on Twitter of harm reduction.
Yeah.
I actually thought of some more that I could add to it.
There's tons more.
There's all sorts of things that reduce harm that are embraced and promoted.
Zyban, I think, is another brand of that. I'm not sure.
No.
Okay.
No.
Something similar. I don't remember. I've seen Zyban, but I don't recall that one.
It has a different active ingredient. This is Brupopion is Zyban. Brupopion versus varenicline.
Will and Yolanda earlier, I said when someone dies, that counts as a quit. I'm telling you. In my opinion, somewhere in the world, some guy went, "Oh, he's dead? Okay, he quit smoking." And I'm not trying to make light of that at all. That, I think, is something they do. And that pisses me off too.
I'm going to go back to the Bloomberg article real quick, Kevin.
Okay, sorry.
We'll do this real quick. So, this is talking about Pfizer's stock. This is literally the next paragraph. This is where we ended, right? So I scroll down. And it says Pfizer stock. Pfizer rose 0.4% at 3:41 p.m. in New York. Nitrosamines can also be found in water, in grilled meat. Levels in drugs aren't currently supposed to exceed a theoretical excess cancer risk of 1 in 100,000. Chantix sales were $919 million last year, Kevin.
So so it is $1 billion lie. I can see it's 1.1 down from $1.1 billion. Yeah. And then you can try it approximately 30 times and have a 7% success rate. 93% of the time you can fail. And your risk of death goes up if you try. Yeah, and if you guys think I'm pissed, it does. It pisses me off. This pisses me off so fucking bad because it's pushed by every fucking ABC group in the fucking world.
Kevin,
what?
You got a new favorite word tonight, man.
Well, I just saw that you gave me a raise, so I'm happier now.
Like you dropped the F-bomb like 5 times in that last sentence alone, man.
Really? It's not a record, but all right. There you go, guys.
In one sentence.
We don't give them we didn't have any drink words last week either at all.
Well, it's because I'm drinking tea and water. And
I'm a little upset that Chapman didn't respond.
He hasn't banned me either. So Pfizer didn't say which nitrosamines it had found in their Chantix, nor how the carcinogens got in the pills. Other nitrosamines, it should say theoretical carcinogens.
Yeah, well.
Yeah. Other nitrosamines found in drugs include NMBA and NDEA. Xantic and its generics were pulled from the market because drugs had the potential to form NDMA over time and in high temperatures. NDMA was found in the blood pressure pills after a solvent used in the drug manufacturing process created a side reaction that formed the carcinogens.
So stop. So when people say we know enough about e-cigarettes, this is the same thing to me. I want more research. I want more proper research because if we have a reaction that we don't understand or know about, we need to know. We need to know exactly what the risk is.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, nobody likes to hear that they have an ugly baby. That's what my very good friend Shell Hamill says all the time. So one of the reasons why Kevin and I agree that everything that is in this bottle and this final product needs to be tested, and it needs to be tested now. It needs to be tested in 3 months. It needs to be tested in 6 months, 1 year, and 2 years. Because inside of this bottle, there is a chemical reaction that is currently occurring.
That's correct.
And we have no idea what that chemical reaction will outgas or will, what they call it, a side react. We have no idea. We can get a pen and a paper and we can predict. We can do, chemistry
possibilities,
things. We can look at on pen and paper what we think could happen, but the only way we'll know for sure is to have these tested over time, because as this bottle ages, as it steeps, that's the word, steeps,
as it stays cold in the refrigerator,
more chemical reactions occurring.
That's correct. And then I want someone to look at it. I want someone else to verify it. And then I want Ed to explain it to me in terms that I can understand, because I'm not a scientist and I'm not a chemist, period.
We play one on Twitter.
Well,
no, I mean, I want there to be testing. I want there to be rules and regulations. I want them to be there for the safety of me because I'm using this product. And I want them to be there so that I can inform myself and make what's the word, Kevin? An informed decision about using this product. So yes, when Dr. Farsalinos does a study and says that certain types of cinnamon,
that's correct. Yes,
are
that's
bad.
correct. Absolutely.
Then I want to know that.
Because my wife
I want to know.
She liked cinnamon.
And Anthony says, fuck taxes, though. I totally believe that we should pay our bills. And I totally believe, I've never said all taxes are theft. Now, Lindsay, who was in the chat room above, she might say all taxes are theft. But we are, the government is doing things that require taxes. So I drive on the road. So I'm fine with there being a road tax on my gas. That's something that I live in a safe country because we have police. Police got to be paid. I got to pay taxes. I'm fine with that. Now, for example, on vaping, I don't agree to an additional tax on vaping because they want to make it a sin tax.
Which went down again.
This is not a sin. There's no harm in this.
Neither is
smoking.
Yeah.
It is what it is. We have to pay taxes for the things that we benefit from. And I don't ever say I don't want to pay my taxes. I don't want to pay more taxes than I should. Right. I don't want to pay a fictional sin tax on a product that does not cause sin.
I'm for any local state sales
tax.
Just like
this is a consumer product.
Anything else, period. That's it. Anything more is bullshit. Now, is it going to happen? Probably not. But I'm not going to ever wave from that flag ever.
So I Mallory says it is a sin to cigarette sales, though. Laugh out loud. So Mallory, I want to address that. If you think that the sale of vapor products in the United States has any way, shape, or form affected the profits of cigarette companies, you're wrong. Every cigarette manufacturer in the United States, and therefore probably everyone in the world, every quarter are recording record profits.
Well,
record profits. The entire projected vapor industry is somewhere between 40 and 60 billion dollars. And that's, I think, way overinflated. One cigarette manufacturer, Philip Morris, made $495 billion last year. If you think that the cigarette manufacturers are afraid of us, they're not afraid of us. They're afraid of what we could become. That's why they're buying up vape businesses. That's why they're putting out vape products. But they're not afraid of us at this point. We're not stealing money out of their pockets. The only people that are being punished are the, obviously the states that are, not making as much money off of their tobacco taxes. But we're not hurting the cigarette manufacturers at all. Not even a little bit. I mean, Altria might be hurting because they bought Juul and lost their asses and now are going through possible monopoly, unfair, anti-competition business lawsuits. But yeah, no, we're a drop in the pan. If you add all of the profits for vaping in the world together, we're not anywhere near the beast we think we are. And we're not hurting their bottom line at all. If we were, they would have, they would have crushed us already, because I've been in the state capitals. I've been in multiple state capitals standing and talking to tobacco lobbyists, and they're not afraid of us. I mean, hell, in Austin here in Texas, we had 2 vapor lobbyists. One company Altria had 14 lobbyists in Texas. That's one company. That's not even, it's one company.
Billing at probably $400 an hour.
Oh my God. No, it's not even, it's unbelievable.
800 an hour.
Oh. Well, I mean, I know what we paid our lobbyist.
Right.
And I know what Juul paid their lobbyist, because that was the guy that we wanted to hire. And Juul skated down, they got him, they poached him, but that was the guy I told VTA to hire because he was the guy. I have his business card here somewhere still. He was the Budweiser and the whiskey lobbyist.
You just wanted more.
I just wanted free whiskey is what I wanted.
You didn't give a fuck about this stuff.
I just want to make friends with him so he can give me free samples.
We don't need to concern ourselves with this vaping crap. How can I get some more booze?
So a while back there was a thing we did, Kevin. We did a thing on Twitter, and we did a thing on we did like a 6-hour show on this day. It was a Sunday. It was in the afternoon. It was called World Vape Day.
A couple of weeks ago. Yeah.
And that was like done by a group of people called the World Vapors Alliance, right?
Yeah. Because
So you sent a tweet. You sent me a tweet from the World Vape Alliance Twitter.
I did.
You did, and it had a video.
And it did.
Of burnt. This guy's name is Burnt Meyer, who is a tobacco guy. He's one of our guys.
Yes.
So, anyway, Professor Burnt Meyer asked the question that was on everyone's mind at World Vape Day 2021.
Mm-hmm.
And it says, how can the World Health Organization not agree that vaping is less harmful than smoking?
Did you rub it?
Well, I'm going to do this right here. I'm not going to rub it. I'm just going to click on it. I just want to make sure I had the audio button clicked. So let's listen to Burnt Meyer.
Nope. It's doing something else.
What's doing something else?
I can't hear him. I hear like a music.
Because there's music playing. I listen. Let me stop sharing and go back to reshare video. Click on the audio button.
It sounds like your porn site came up. I don't know what the hell it was, but it wasn't him.
All right, so we're gonna go back to Burnt Meyer. We're gonna make it large again. I'm gonna go over here to the volume button. It's all the way up, and I'm gonna hit play again. Let's try it again.
Nope. That's weird. Now click it on the tweet and see if it'll just do it from the tweet itself. I don't know what the hell it's doing. That's weird as hell.
So you're saying there's still no audio?
Nope. There's none on mine either.
Well, fine. Then just go to the fucking tweet. Kevin weird. Put it in the chat room. So what he's saying is that essentially, no, there's no Pornhub tab. I already closed it. That if I were the World Health Organization, I would assume that if somebody were to offer a product that delivered the nicotine without all the bad stuff, that I would be happy about that. And he says, no, they're not. And when I came out for vaping, they all attacked me.
Mm-hmm.
So, but it was coming through on my headphones perfectly fine. I don't know what the hell's going on with you guys. But anyway, so Kevin's failed tweet.
There you go.
I shared your thing for you, Kevin, and you.
There you go.
And it sucked. I'm sorry.
I'm feeling more superior though. Thank you.
So there was another thing that you sent, and there's no video component to this, so I'm pretty sure it'll be fine.
Thank goodness. I did link the tweet though. So is this Clive?
Yes. This is the very next thing.
This right here, folks. I love Clive Bates, but boy, I do not like this quiz. So I'm going to link that to you. I want you all to do this homework. It takes 10 minutes or less. It's from 2017. And he wants to know if you are curious about nicotine, tobacco, and public health, try the quiz. There's no right answers. And boy, I don't like him for that at all. I never have. For that.
You're saying that you don't like him because there's no right answers?
I don't like this quiz.
Oh. Okay. So let's see.
You can go through a couple. Take the
We're gonna
quiz.
go through a couple. So this is Rethinking Nicotine, a quiz, and this is from our very good friend Clive Bates at The Counterfactual. This is his, and Kevin will link it in there because I'm not doing it.
I'm getting
so it says here, a quiz with no winners, no prizes, and no easy answers prepared by Clive Bates, www.clivebates.com. Everything that's marked with an asterisk is a required response.
Yeah.
So it says here, if you had a close relative who, I'm going to make this a little smaller because there. If you had a close relative who was a 20 a day smoker, what advice would you give them about cigarettes? So let's see. About e-cigarettes, excuse me. The only safe thing to do is to quit all tobacco nicotine completely. These are a distraction. They are unproven. We don't know what's in them. Don't try them until they are approved. Try everything officially licensed as a medicine first. If that doesn't work, then try e-cigarettes. Try them if you want. They seem to work for a lot of people. It can't be worse than smoking. And the last one says, great idea. I've bought you an e-cigarette for Christmas. Let's get started. So number 2. If you could choose between 2 theoretical outcomes for your community by 2020, what would you prefer? Would you prefer a world with half the smoking but twice the nicotine use? 20% adult smoking and no vaping, or 10% adults smoking and 30% vaping? I would actually want that number to be higher, but that's okay.
See, there you're already frustrated.
I'm not Clive. I didn't prepare this. If I prepared the quiz, then I can pick the answers, Kevin.
Exactly.
You've already done a survey, so you know how to do it. Do another one. You'll get another 17,000 followers.
You don't like it? Do one yourself.
If you could have the level of smoking from 20 to 10%, how much vaping percent adults would be worth accepting this consequence? So they're saying if we could have the number of current people, so if they're saying that 20% of the people on the planet smoke, and we could lower it to 10%, what percent of vaping would be acceptable?
Yeah.
Well, I don't believe that everybody on the planet should just start vaping.
There's no right answer.
So if I'm understanding this correctly, I would be fine with people initiating, but really, if you don't smoke, there's no reason for you to vape. That's my opinion.
Right.
So
you still should have a choice, but there's no reason. Right.
Right. If you could have the level of smoking from 20 to 10, how much vaping percentage of adults would be worth accepting this as a okay? So I'm fine technically with adults choosing to initiate.
Right.
So I would accept that adult decision. So I would go there.
All right.
I mean, technically though, it should be 10%.
But now you've already had to think about what you think. 4,
what are the arguments for and against a Marlboro branded e-cigarette? How should the issue be approached?
I love the choices.
Over my dead body, there are no benefits, only problems. People will think e-cigarettes and cigs are the same, and we should stress the difference. On balance, it would be bad because it brings Marlboro back to life. Marlboro ain't dead, but I can see it might help. Could be useful to attract committed smokers, but needs same marketing restrictions as Marlboro cigarettes. Could be the biggest health product of the decades as long as people know about it. I don't give a shit who makes it. If it's sold and attracts adult smokers away from smoking, I could care less who fucking makes it.
There you go.
Plus if it was branded Marlboro and the Marlboro smokers like bought it,
yep,
and it's available everywhere that Marlboro is available.
There
you know, in the United States, there's over 300,000 convenience stores. If there were 300,000 convenience stores selling Marlboro e-cigarettes, and all the people that are a high number of people that smoked Marlboro cigarettes stopped and started vaping with the Marlboro brand e-cigarette, wouldn't bother me at all.
No,
not one bit. How would you know when e-cigarettes were acting as a gateway to smoking for young people? How would I know?
How would you know, Patrick?
Well, because you would see teenagers like everywhere using them.
Yeah, me too.
How would you know when e-cigarettes were acting as a gateway to smoking for young people? Well, that's easy, Kevin.
Is it?
Because it's very, yes, it is. Because
but they conceal them, Patrick. How can it be easy?
We've seen direct correlation when smoking numbers go down.
That's correct. Yes,
vaping numbers go up, right?
Yes.
That's pretty elementary. So when vaping numbers go down and smoking numbers go up, then you would know.
There you go.
Let's see what his answers are. If you see a rapid rise in e-cigarette use amongst teenagers, for example, doubling within a year, no, because he's saying smoking. If you see e-cigarette use rising and smoking rising too, no. No. If you can trace people starting with e-cigarettes and moving to smoking, if you can see people starting to use e-cigarettes, moving to smoking, and believe they wouldn't otherwise have smoked, you can't really tell because you don't know what would have happened without e-cigarettes. It is theoretically possible for smoking to start before vaping, but vaping still be a gateway to become an adult smoker. So I've always said this, Kevin. No one in their right mind would ever go from eating a filet mignon,
right,
and then go to like gas station 4-day-old hamburger that's been sitting in the heat lamp.
Except for Ed, you're probably right.
So yeah, you can't really tell because you don't know what would have happened without e-cigarettes.
Right.
It like every public health group in the world claims that the gateway exists, right? But never has any one of them ever brought out the data and said, here, this is the gateway. Actually, many of them have said, we can't find it, but we know that it's there.
Professor Puffinstuff literally said, even non-nicotine e-cigarettes are a gateway to smoking.
That's what he said.
That's exactly
I heard him say
what he
it.
said.
Yep. Who would determine where people can use e-cigarettes and using what criteria? So it says here, the law should decide it should be banned everywhere that smoking is. The law should decide that it should be less restrictive than smoking to protect children. Property owners should decide and be required by law to clearly designate areas where it is allowed and not allowed. It's down to etiquette, and the assumption should be no vaping unless permission granted explicitly or by asking if it's okay. is down to etiquette, but the assumption should be vaping is allowed unless explicitly banned by the owner. If the owner asks you not to, there's no reason to restrict it anywhere. We don't stop people wearing perfume or air freshener. We do actually. We should if we don't already.
We should.
Actually, I'm keen on the property owner thing.
Yeah.
I think if Walmart says that you can't vape in Walmart, then you shouldn't vape in Walmart. Right. If a restaurant says, "Hey, you can vape there at the bar," go ahead.
Or not.
I think it's up to the in my opinion, it should be up to the property owner.
Correct. That's my example.
Should e-cigarettes be made more addictive? Well, I don't believe that e-cigarettes are addictive.
That's not what he asked. He didn't ask your opinion.
Should e-cigarettes be made more addictive? Okay. So option 1 says, absolutely not. This is just about hooking the next generation of smokers. They should be made non-addictive or banned. Well, they're already non-addictive. No, addiction is a disease and a curse. Regulators should be aiming to reduce e-cigarette addictiveness.
That's a popular answer.
We should set design criteria that limits the addictiveness. It's not an area where I want to see innovation. Yes, we should try to get closer to the smoking experience, but I draw a line at additives that increase addictiveness. Yes, we need products that compete with cigarettes. That means additives that boost the satisfaction. Then I'm in favor. If we really want smokers to come over, we should actually favor products that are more satisfying. There's a difference between addictive and satisfying, by the way, and hence potentially more addictive than cigarettes, just as long as they are much less harmful. Other.
Really? You're not pleased with Clive, are you? I'm going to tell him. Patrick's little brain and little mouse inside his head is just going full time. You're cussing at Clive, aren't you? You're starting to cuss.
Big tobacco is moving into e-cigarettes. It's probably inevitable, but is it good or bad for public health?
Well, look at you.
I don't give a shit if big tobacco is in it. They have the money for research and development. So, yeah, let's see. We'll go over the responses. Bad. They just see e-cigarettes. They just see e-cigarettes just as a way to keep people smoking. No, not really. Bad. They make their money from addiction. They don't care what you are hooked on. No, they don't. Bad. They will try to capture the e-cigarette market and crush it. No, they will capture the market and rule it. That's what they want to do. I mean,
right. Well, this
like
is
all businesses. Yes, this is. I know. Let's see. They've got deep pockets and lots of know-how. They know how to get this to scale. That's true. Good. If this gradually changes their business model, they might become the biggest players in the end game for smoking. Also true. Absolutely essential. Unless they find a new way to make money, they will block this every inch of the way. They're not losing any fucking money, and they haven't lost any money since 2017. What's going on with these questions in the chat room, by the way?
I'm watching.
Okay.
I'm worried about Ed and his corn dog and Paul's anus.
I see Mario asking questions and making comments.
Oh, I didn't see that one. Wait a minute.
Yeah, Anthony Mario is asking questions.
Hang on.
About pods.
Oh, that's with...
I never used any pods. Anyway, your mother is 85 and gave up smoking 30 years ago, but says she enjoyed it and still misses it. She tells you she's thinking of trying an e-cigarette. How do you react? Well, she quit 30 years ago, but she's still having cravings. that is the magic of combustible cigarettes. All of the wonderful chemicals and additives that they add for flavor and for satisfaction and to boost the nicotine and all sorts of other things. Those are, the things that work. The MAOIs that are in cigarettes. I think we've talked about that multiple times.
Added
People
stuff in cigarettes? What?
Yeah, so there's all sorts of ammonias and all sorts of things that they add to the tobacco to make it even better.
Patrick, you sound silly. They wouldn't do that.
I like this one. If she wants to try it and it makes her feel better, then why the fuck not? She's 85, for God's sake.
This is the part where you think what you've said earlier, both of us, what you said earlier was they shouldn't initiate. You go 30 years and the lady says, "Hey, I want to smoke a cigarette." Well, here, Grandma, try this first, would you?
So then Clive throws a picture of an e-cigarette advertisement.
Don't you badmouth Clive.
And I look at this picture.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm looking at the picture. I'm absorbing the picture. It is a young lady in a polka dotted dress with a bandana on her head, holding an e-cigarette with a. Is that an airplane in the background? Is that like a biplane type thing in the background? So okay, then okay, it says, "Do you approve of this advertisement?" So the first thing that I would say is that the position that she's standing in does not look very comfortable.
Correct.
Her spine is her hand. Why is her arm behind her back like that?
She's holding on to the plane, I guess. I don't know.
Is she trying not to fly off of the plane? I don't. This does not. It doesn't entice me to go buy a Finn e-cigarette. I know that this is from 2017. This is 5 years old, but this is not very good marketing as far as I'm concerned. So anyway, do you approve of this sort of advertisement? Select one that closely reflects your view. This is a covert ad for smoking. It should be banned. This aims to glamorize vaping and draw in users. Actually, I don't think it glamorizes shit. I think it makes that poor woman look like she's contorted in an uncomfortable position. I don't mind ads aimed at promoting smoking cessation with e-cigarettes, but this goes too far. I don't think it does that at all. I don't think it promotes tobacco harm reduction or smoking cessation in any way, shape, or form. The company is irresponsible, or I expect their right to do it. They think they should. I don't think they should. I think it's a bad advertisement. I don't. What else? So what if a few non-smokers or kids are attracted? What matters for health is getting smokers to switch. True. I love the chic and retro feel. This will appeal to smokers and entice more to switch. This is tame. We should get the ad creatives loose on e-cigarettes to do whatever it takes to get smokers to switch.
I think she should just be able to stand up and be more comfortable.
I think she should be in a more comfortable position and maybe have a slogan that says, try this. It's safer than smoking.
Yeah. There you go. I don't need the plane either, really, honestly.
Yeah, I don't. Well, I mean, it could be a retro car, like a convert. I can't really tell. It could be an airplane.
Clive didn't ask you if you like the plane, though.
Well, I can't answer his questions because his example is not good. I'm not going to finish the rest of this, but these are all questions from a survey that Clive did in 2017.
And
so, Kevin, why did you share this to me in 2021?
Because it's still there, and I don't know for sure, and I don't believe he has, and if somebody knows, please link it to me, that he's ever given the results of it. I would love to see the results of it. So I'm going to put it in the chat again. I think it's like 24 questions or so. It's some 15, 20 questions total. It makes you think, and all I'm thinking is people like Puff and Stuff and Chimp Man should take those quizzes like that on purpose. That's all. Okay. And in the hopes that we can get Clive on eventually.
Yes, because I would like to say, dude, what were you thinking?
Are you upset with Clive?
I'm not upset with Clive. I'm just like,
this is one of those quizzes that I took that I was like, oh my God, I don't like this at all. This is not good. So yeah, but we can speak fluently about him and his quiz and his knowledge.
So I do want to ask the people that are in the Facebook chat room, are you answering the questions for the young man that was Mario or Anthony?
Anthony, it was
Anthony Mario, because I want to feel like he's being serviced by our viewers.
Oh, we lost Ed.
He's gonna go get a corn dog and a popper,
like he doesn't already.
And
he's got 8 of them in the fridge.
I just saw him asking questions about who makes nicotine liquid, and
it's made
I'm assuming he's asking about the actual nicotine. Okay, so he says yes. I got my questions answered. Okay, good. So then Kevin.
Oh, stop blaming me for everything.
No, because you threw this in the chat. So this is one that you wanted to talk about. This is from the National Institutes of Drug Abuse.
Oh yeah, well,
because we have to get past the Bloomberg thing because we already did the Bloomberg thing.
Now there's 2 links to that.
There's 2 links to that.
Yeah, there's one that's the main.
Well, I got the one that you said.
Yeah, the main piece of pie. And then you got
then there's the monitoring the future org one.
Then you got the filling, right?
So you can let's start with the first.
Sure.
Okay, this is the
Yeah.
Adolescent marijuana alcohol use held steady during the COVID-19 pandemic.
Even with parents sitting at home at Johnny's bedside,
well,
so Karen can't watch them.
Got to the point where they were annoyed by their kids and are like, go get drunk and leave me alone.
Can I have some of that, Mama? Sure. Thanks, Karen.
If it'll shut you up, here, have a shot of bourbon.
Use held steady during pandemic.
So it says here, adolescent marijuana use and binge drinking did not significantly change during the COVID-19 pandemic, despite record decreases in the substance's perceived availability, according to a survey of 12th graders in the United States. Well, of course, it's not going to change much because actually, I'm surprised that it didn't go up because during the day when kids are at school, they obviously can't binge drink at school.
Well, theoretically, you're right.
According to 12th graders, they're at school. They can't really like bring a bottle of Jack and put it in their backpack and guzzle it in the middle of like algebra class. But when they're sitting at home and doing remote learning, they can always say, I'm going to go pee and, turn their camera off and go get a drink and, take a leak and smoke a cigarette and, have unprotected sex and do all the things that they're not supposed to do. And that normally, well, actually, you can probably have unprotected sex in school.
Run down to the park and vape and get tased. They could do all kinds of stuff.
All
Crazy
those things.
Stuff. All those things.
All those things.
Oh.
So the study's findings, which appeared online on June 24th of 2021 in the Drug and Alcohol Dependence challenge the idea, in Drug and Alcohol Dependence, challenge the idea that reducing adolescent use of drugs can be achieved solely by limiting their supply. The work was led by researchers. Kevin.
The source, what?
So the logic says that if you remove the source of a substance that kids are not supposed to use, then they won't use it, right?
That's theoretical, yeah.
Okay, so what they're saying here is that even though their supply was limited, access was reduced,
but not
their
obsolete.
numbers did not go down.
Can you imagine?
So I'm wondering if we should actually use this as a toehold, as a tool for our arsenal and say, look,
you think?
If you reduce access, they're still going to use it. They're still going to get it. So why are you trying to ban it? All these things.
Mm-hmm.
Because it doesn't work. The bans don't work. That's what this thing says, Kevin.
What?
Prohibition doesn't work. Huh. Who would have thunk it?
Because when I was 16, I would have never thought of trying to figure out how to get a beer or anything else.
No, I would have just went to the refrigerator and got one, Kevin.
Because, somebody might be watching. I don't want to get in trouble or anything.
I mean, I'm sure that some of you have tried this, or when you were younger probably did try this, is, go into your parents' bar and having a couple drinks.
My favorite story of mine is short and sweet. I'm at a VFW for a wedding. I went to get a soda pop out of the machine. It was beer. And it was 35 cents a beer. And I was like, huh. So happy me.
Back in those days, that was expensive, probably.
Well, I had friends like Ed that could get it too, but
35 cents, that was a lot of money back in old timey days.
Out of a soda machine.
So
fucking smart bastards.
Well, at the VFW, yeah.
They were smart guys.
The work was led by researchers at the University of Michigan, Ann Arbor, and funded by the National Institute of Drug Abuse, part of the National Institutes of Health. So, in contrast to consistent rates of marijuana and alcohol use, nicotine vaping in high school seniors declined during the pandemic. Now, Kevin,
what?
Do you remember, like 8-10 months ago, we did an article where some asshole was saying that the number of new nicotine addicts during the pandemic was like 3,000 a day or something? 3,000 new kids addicted to nicotine a day?
It was like 48 gazillion. I don't remember the number, but it was way out of control.
Because we did the math, and it was like that means that there are more kids vaping than adults.
Impossible number, yeah.
It's like double the amount of adults, actually. So now they're finally admitting the truth, and they're saying that nicotine vaping high school students declined during the pandemic, along with declines in perceived availability of vaping devices at this time. The legal purchase look at this. The legal purchase age is 21 for nicotine products and alcohol in the United States, and for cannabis in the states that have legalized non-medical cannabis use.
Nobody cares.
Oh, you're going to say that damn amendment thing, aren't you?
I know. But
stop it.
But go on. Dramatic changes to adolescents' lives. Teens remained home with parents and other family members full time. So if nicotine is so fucking addictive, how did it go down? I don't understand. It must be a miracle. It must be.
Didn't I just fucking say during the middle of the Clive thing that it's not addictive? Did I not say that, Kevin?
But they keep telling you that. So how did it go down? I don't get it. Because Karen's paying attention? Well, she's not paying attention when they're
finally
drinking.
Moms and dads are being moms and dads. Oh my God.
Only for vaping. They don't care about the booze.
Apparently don't care about, because that's socially acceptable. Sure, have a beer, kid. Go mow the yard. Get out of the fucking house.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So it is striking though, Kevin, that despite this monumental shift, it's not concealed. Parents don't know what the fuck their kids are doing because they send their kids off into a different room to play video games for 14 hours a day or more because they don't want to be bothered to be mom and dad.
What I think it is they're tired of looking at the fucking Truth ads. So they're just
Truth. I think Truth is one of the biggest advertisers on like Xbox, and
$60 million last 2019. Yeah. $60 million in advertising.
But it is striking that despite this monumental shift and teens' perceived decreases in the availability of marijuana and alcohol, usage rates held steady for these substances. This indicates that teens were able to obtain them despite barriers caused by pandemic and despite not being of age to legally purchase them.
So above it says 21. Now it's just legally purchased.
Yeah, well, they at least got it in. But hey, Kev, I went to when I was in high school.
Yeah.
One of my best friends' dad was a pothead, right? Where do you think we got our pot from?
No, really?
Because it was perceived to be okay.
It's all right,
right?
boys. Come on in.
So that's socially acceptable.
I'd rather you get it from me than some bastard named Ed.
Right. I'd rather you sit in the living room and drink a beer while watching TV with me than go out and drink and drive and be in an accident. So here's a beer, but you have to stay home. Well, you're in the middle of a pandemic and you can't go out, so here's a beer.
Plus, it's actually really cold. You don't have to bring it back home. What's your comfort? It's important to me to be good.
So, I mean, obviously, certain substances are socially acceptable, and it's okay for mom and dad to, under certain circumstances, provide those substances to kids because for them it's okay. Yeah, pot's okay. Sure. Yeah. No.
Yeah.
So I, we always, vaping, alcohol, all those things, kids acquire them from family, from older friends.
Of course.
So
some of my first cigarettes were Raleigh 100s. Old Gold and Raleigh 100s. Those were the cigarettes. Raleigh and Old Golds.
Raleigh?
Raleigh.
Well, Raleigh is Rally.
Yeah.
Raleigh is RALIEGH. Raleigh.
I'm getting my
Raleigh Durham.
Yes.
Damn Yankee.
So there's that link.
So the Monitoring the Future survey. Why did you do that? How did I do that?
Do what?
My monitor just went full screen for some reason.
Good.
Annoying the living shit out of me for a minute. All right, so
and he switched
monitoring
from gold to Raleigh, and I was pissed. Didn't like those, so I bought my own. So these are the numbers. Right. You got to rub it because Paul's in the room and he likes that sort of thing. But you don't have to go through this. But I want to stress to everyone: this is 30-day prevalence. This is not.
It says here trends in 30-day prevalence of use of various drugs 8, 9, and 12.
And they do
grades
not,
8, 9, 12.
They do not give you daily on purpose. Just like when Jerome, my pal Jerry, wanted to say that it increased. Oh, it's an epidemic, you fucking losing bastard. So you can pick a couple things in each section or page, and you can just go from what it is to the 2019-20 number and see higher or lower and move on down to smoking and then vaping, of course.
I'm just looking at hallucinogens right now.
Well, that's because it's an interest.
So in the years that I was in school, the use of hallucinogens was pretty high compared to where they are now.
Like 70%, 80%.
In the years that I was in high school, pot, I mean, these few years right here.
Yeah.
Oh, man, look at that. Look at those pot numbers. Never really did anything for me, though. LSD. Same. Look at that. The years that I was in high school, there were a lot of drugs being used, apparently.
Yeah.
They didn't even start measuring MDA until
we don't have the 50s. Sorry, Ed, the 50s are not covered. Or 40s.
Cocaine, crack.
How
cocaine,
do these children,
other than crack?
How do these children get these substances?
Heroin.
With and without needles, by the way.
With a needle, without it. Were they boofing?
I don't understand. Every time I see this, every year I've seen it for 6 years, I've been flabbergasted.
Oh, look at the amphetamines, dude. Wow.
Well, it went down 0.1 for 8th graders. What do you want? What is it that you
crystal
want?
meth? Oh, yeah. Fuck, crystal meth. Barbiturates. My friends. Look at that. Tranquilizers, prescription drugs. They didn't even measure prescription drugs until 2015 or 2005, excuse me.
Because they didn't
Rohypnol. Alcohol use now here. This is where
go.
Look at that number right there. Alcohol is up 4.3%, Kevin.
I don't hear that on the stations that I listen to, or the Twitters that I see, or the Facebooks that I notice. Nothing, literally, not a word. Nobody cares.
Alcohol use up 4.3% in 12th graders.
Went up 4%.
Been drunk up 2.5% or 2.3%.
Ever.
Flavored alcohol.
How comes there's no numbers on that one there? I don't understand.
That not for that one age group, at least. Cigarettes. Cigarettes are up.
What?
1.8%, Kevin.
What are the 80s, Yolanda?
What? But I have to ask Kev.
How did that go up?
The same thing. That went up, and then they didn't report this number.
I don't understand.
So smokeless tobacco didn't get reported in 12th graders in 2020, but cigarettes did.
Yeah.
Large cigars.
Yep.
Flavored little cigars. Again, it's not reported.
Mm-hmm.
For 12th graders in any vaping, down 2.7%, Kev. Did you see that?
What? It went down more than half of what drinking went up. Look at that.
Look at that. Vaping nicotine down 0.8%. Vaping marijuana down 1.8%. Vaping just flavorings down 2.3%. Juul down 7.9%.
What? But what did Woodcock just tell you?
The Juul is like the evil demon.
It's the
Patrick. Kevin, we're not promoting Juul because I don't like them. They didn't work for me, but if they work for people,
they do work.
They do work for people, just not me.
There you go.
Steroids is up 0.4%, Kevin.
Hey, listen, people have to have muscle.
These kids are getting pumped.
This keeps our memory fresh, Liana.
Legal use of prescription ADHD drugs down 0.2%.
Have you mailed anything yet? Because I saw Jennifer in the room earlier, and
I did not. I didn't get to the post office, dude. I started my work this week, man.
Mallory makes a very good point. They consider one puff use, by the way, and we are still on 30-day use, not daily.
Yes, this is once in 30 days.
Ever. 1974, your mom's looking at cigarettes one time in a store. You're a smoker.
No, I was outside of the womb by then. It only counts if I'm inside the womb and she's looking at stuff.
I remember the 80s vicariously through my friends who remember the stories they can tell about me more than anything. But that's just me.
So in an aside, Kevin.
Oh, I like aside. I like those.
The head of the FDA, we showed video already of the head of the FDA testifying in Congress.
We did.
Right? We did. We showed that. One of the things that we didn't show in that video, though, is that they asked her specifically about flavors.
Yes.
And flavored vaping. So CNN decided to report this week that the FDA chief stays mum on the plans for banning flavored vapes. So
plans for banning vapes.
I feel like I need to show this. I don't even know what this video says, but it's video content. We should always show video if there's video, right? So let's see what this is. Oh no, I don't want to do this. This is Sanjay Gupta. Never mind.
So
fuck Sanjay Gupta. So it says members of Congress pressed acting U.S. Food and Drug Administration Commissioner Dr. Janet Woodcock on Wednesday to ban all flavored e-cigarettes, saying the sweet and fruity flavors are attracting too many children and teens. But Woodcock would not be drawn on whether the agency plans to ban or otherwise limit the sale of flavored vapes later this year. E-cigarette makers must apply to the FDA for permission to keep their products in the U.S. The agency has until September 9 of this year to decide. If the FDA banned all flavored vape or flavored e-cigarettes, would less kids continue to vape them among those who have started, in your opinion, says or questions Representative Katie Porter. She's a Democrat from California. In the House Oversight and Reform Committee hearing, while I cannot predict the future, I think that might be likely. We also would have to, regardless, limit the advertising sales and targeting children and other practices. Well, if they're not on the market, it's tough to advertise then, right?
You think?
So according to the FDA's data on youth tobacco use, more than 80% of youth e-cigarettes. There's that damn 80%, Kevin.
Yep.
You just said.
What?
More than 80% of youth e-cigarette users consume flavored products. The FDA has been under pressure to simply ban the flavor. So, Kevin,
what?
I'm going to say this. If anyone, whether they're a youth or an adult, uses an e-cigarette product, it is a flavored product.
You're damn right, including tobacco.
Because if it was unflavored, it would just be PGVG and nicotine.
And there is a market of that, but it's a very, very small in my
Well, actually, I spoke. Now, this has been years ago, but I spoke to one of the largest e-liquid manufacturers in the world at an event, and they said that their number one selling product, and this has been a few years ago, was 18 milligram unflavored e-liquid. And they sold hundreds of thousands of bottles of this product across the world.
Okay.
Anyway, if kids have the choices of any tasty flavor, they're going to go for it. And I'm speaking to you from experience here as a mom of 3 school-aged kids, Porter said. So she's admitting that she's allowed her kids to vape, apparently. If there were no watermelon snow cones, my kids are happy with blue raspberry. No blue raspberry, they'll take mango. No mango, they'll take strawberry. But if their only choice is brown tobacco-flavored snow cone, they're going to walk away. And so are all the adults.
I thought nicotine was so addictive they couldn't get around it. So is it the flavors or nicotine? I'm confused.
I'm very confused. But
Are
Kevin,
you perplexed?
I mean, you're an adult person. If I handed you a tobacco-flavored snow cone, are you going to dive in?
I love coffee ice cream. Surely I would.
I like coffee ice cream as well, but I don't think I would want a tobacco-flavored ice cream.
I'd try it just to see.
I don't think I would like it, though. Why did they fucking blew that guy's face bigger? I hate that guy. Pressed multiple times over the course of the hearing, Woodcock would not commit to denying the applications at this time. Medical groups and advocacy groups such as the Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids have been pressing hard for a ban, but e-cigarette manufacturers say their products are a safer alternative to combustible cigarettes and argue the flavors also attract adult smokers. They do. Woodcock said the FDA will look at all the scientific evidence. As I have said already, I cannot prejudge the scientific, she said before being cut off. Dr. Woodcock, you may well be willing to do it. You may not be willing to do it, but I just want to make sure America understands you have the authority to commit today to preventing millions of kids from becoming addicted to vaping by making the decision and the commitment today to us. This is your favorite guy here, Representative Raja Krishnamurthy, Democrat from Illinois, chairman of the Oversight Committee on Economic and Consumer Policy, said that after the hearing, he felt Woodcock would do as Democratic members of Congress wished. I am more optimistic than ever that Commissioner Woodcock, let me finish the sentence, that Commissioner Woodcock will do the right thing and deny the pre-market tobacco product applications for all flavored vaping products and all high nicotine vaping products, Krishnamurthy said in a statement.
So I got a question.
Yes.
After I rearrange my damn thing here. How can wishes and feelings play into my choice as an adult? Because he feels that she would do as they wish. Now, I'm not sure about you, but aren't they voted in to do what is best for the public? And what is she supposed to do? What is best for public health? It's not about the right thing, in my opinion. It's about what is best for public health with the research and the
Well,
data.
the right thing is what is best for public health. But the thing is he says, I am more optimistic than ever.
Right.
Which,
How can he
which
become
could be,
optimistic?
it could be shorthand for saying she told me outside of the hearing that they were moving forward with not approving any applications other than the
title
big
says
tobacco
it all.
ones.
She's mum about the van. So
yeah.
What? So with that, I want to make sure
they already have their escape plan. They already have their ejection seat ready.
Yeah.
Finish your sentence.
I just wish things too, and I want to make sure that my wishes are granted.
No,
that's all.
You're unimportant, Kevin.
Oh, but I was feeling a little inferior, and now I am feeling inferior.
Yes. So we discussed this already on the show.
Mm-hmm.
That there are a lot of positive people, and God bless them for their positivity. But after being around and doing what we do, this advocacy thing since like 2011, I don't have that confidence.
Right.
Because I keep hearing people say, what was the word? Enforcement discretion.
Discretionary, yep.
FDA doesn't have that.
No.
They might think they do, or they might say they do.
Oh, they said it.
But the judge gave them a deadline.
That's correct.
The judge gave them a deadline, and if FDA says, hey, and I've had people on this show that said, we've been talking to the FDA and they seem pretty positive and they seem very helpful and yada, yada, yada. And we're doing all the work we can. Thank God they're doing that work. But my question is do you think, so Kevin, if you sued me, and the judge sided with you and gave you, and rendered his judgment on your side, and then the date that was supposed to occur passed, and I didn't do what I was supposed to do,
I'd be upset.
What would you do? You have a legal judgment in your hand. What would you do?
I'd probably be really, really mad, and I'd probably try to take you to court again.
Well, you wouldn't even have to, though, because you already have the judgment. You already have the judge's decision. It's in black and white. All you have to do is go to the judge, petition the court, and say, look, I already have a judgment.
Right.
That was supposed to be, there's no new lawsuit, because the judge is just going to send the bailiff or the marshal or whoever and say, hey, you have to do what this judgment says by this date, or you're in contempt, and we're going to arrest your ass right now.
Yeah.
That's what happens.
I'd probably send Ed over. He is my legal counsel. But
that's kind of sad, dude. Ed is the best that you can afford?
But I like Ed. He gets me corn dogs.
So I don't have any. Even if FDA really wanted to be fair, I don't think any of the 13 or however many public health groups that sued FDA and got that judgment are going to allow the FDA to have enforcement discretion. I don't believe that. Not at all. I think that they're going. They've won their thing when they originally went to court,
right?
And the judge said, "Well, the original deadline is passed. FDA, how much time do you need?"
Yeah.
And FDA gave them the date. They said, "This is the time we need."
Yeah.
They didn't ask for more time.
That's all they
said. This is the time. They didn't dispute it. They didn't resist. They said, this is the amount of time we need. If you give us this time, we'll be able to do the job.
Right.
And they got 6 months, right? That's what the judge gave them, was 6 months to push the deadline. So the deadline was X. The FDA changed the deadline 2 years under Gottlieb. They moved it 2 years into the future.
Yep.
The public health groups sued the FDA. And that by that time, that original date had passed.
Yeah.
So then the judge said to FDA, how much time do you need? They said 6 months. And the judge said, okay, your deadline for filing will be September of this year, 6 months from now. And from that point on, you have the statutory requirement of 1 year from that date to process these applications. FDA said they could do it.
Yep.
And now that FDA can't do it, obviously, because there's 6 million products in the queue. My prediction is FDA could very well try to be cool and say that, you guys are doing everything right. You said in your applications, we're going to let you stay in the market, blah, blah, blah. And campaign for tobacco-free kids, and all these asshats are just going to petition the court and get an injunction on that day.
Yep.
That's what I think is going to happen.
Yep.
Not because FDA's assholes, not because fuck the FDA, because they got, these assholes, the Truth, the Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids, all these different organizations, PAVE, they got that legal paper now. And they're not going to let go. They're like a pit bull that's got a mouthful.
It's because of what they have.
So
that's all they have. So it's
e-cigarette manufacturers have acted with a complete disregard for the health of young people across the country. Their actions are appalling, and the federal government can no longer allow this industry to foster youth addiction as a long-term marketing strategy for its deadly products, says House Oversight Committee Chairwoman Carolyn Maloney, a Democrat from New York, said in her opening remarks. So, Kevin, did we not just see that the epidemic is shrinking? That there are fewer people vaping, fewer kids vaping?
Less.
There are, yes, but there and not a single person in the world has ever died from a legal nicotine vaping product.
Correct.
But she still wants to call them deadly products because we know they like to use words that scare people.
Action verbs, sure.
Yes. Well, our nation's regulatory agencies must take immediate action to turn the tide in this crisis. FDA can build on the steps it's taken so far by prohibiting the sale of remaining flavored products, capping nicotine levels in e-cigarettes, and pulling illegal products like those sold by Puff Bar off the market. I strongly urge the agency to take these common sense steps. So, right? How exactly are you going to remove illegal products from the black market, Kevin?
Well, they caught some today, right?
Yeah, and I already that article will be coming up. But I mean, articles like this are designed specifically to engender fear,
PAVE,
and pump up the egos of these asshole liar politicians.
Yes. Okay, so along with the incompetence that is already obvious, Lindsay shared this tweet with me, and it's going backwards on the timeline, but I want to make sure we can hear it.
Is there evidence coming to play that
can you
shows
hear it?
that there is?
Yeah, it's very quiet, but I can hear it.
Adults, and we're talking over 21, to use vaping products as a smoking cessation device.
The studies are somewhat mixed. The studies
I can't hear it.
Somewhat mixed. The studies
I can hear your air conditioner.
Somewhat mixed.
Yeah. All right. So basically, it's start over. If I remember correctly, he says, is there any research or data saying that these help adults stop smoking? And that's ad-libbed. So Lindsay up here says, the fact the FDA doesn't have any data on adult vapors makes me even more pissed off that we fund the agency. And I said, oh, wait a minute. They have it. They've ignored it. 69,233 participants from Dr. Farsalinos. That's one thing.
First,
yeah,
we don't fund FDA tobacco.
Well, no, I know that, but it's it's an answer that she said I don't have any data for that.
The cigarette manufacturers actually fund
right, and they
FDA
want more
tobacco.
They didn't get it all, but they wanted more. They got some.
No American tax dollars goes to the FDA. Well, your income tax doesn't go to fund FDA tobacco. User fees paid for by the tobacco companies actually are 100% of the funding for FDA tobacco. So yeah, I mean, obviously, the rest of this article is about flavor bans and taking your freedoms away and yada yada yada, and it's more crap from Krishnamurthy. And I don't like him, so I'm not going to talk to him anymore.
They didn't talk about access, though, did they, Patrick? Yes.
No, I mean, obviously, they said pull these products, these illegal products from the market, but you can't govern or regulate a black market. It doesn't work that way. That's not how it works. Illicit markets will continue to service a need, whether that's heroin or OxyContin or whatever.
Not only
and the government will not ever be able to stop black markets from existing. It just doesn't. There's no. I mean, unless you want to live in a fascist state where there's secret police on every corner and you have to have papers to walk on the sidewalk.
If there's a demand, there's someone willing to give you the supply. Period. It doesn't matter what the widget or the device or the substance or the need is. Someone will get it. And if you find your local cab driver, he'll be happy to help you.
Kevin used to be one.
So there you
he
go.
He probably knew where all the drug dealers were in Ohio.
I knew all the bars, I knew all the after-hour bars, and I knew all the hookers, and I knew all the drug addicts, and I knew all the drug makers, and I drew all the... It's a scary world.
I don't want to spend any or much time on COVID-19 because I think it's just...
Oh, good.
But there was a study this week that was released, and they're discussing it on Slate. And it says here, the vaping study you haven't heard of. So a report from the Mayo Clinic looked at 70,000 patients and found no link between e-cigarettes and COVID-19. None.
Zero? None?
Zero. No. It says no.
And I'm going to say Phil on Twitter, he's a rodent, has been
no link.
Linking, he's got like 3,800 of them, I think now. So yeah.
But hey, look, there's this dude. He's sitting on a park bench and he's covered in tattoos and
he's all tatted up.
He's vaping with his face mask down. So it says here, did you hear about the big new study on vaping and COVID-19? If you didn't, that's not surprising. The study didn't find any association between the two. That is, it found no evidence suggesting that people who vape are more likely to be diagnosed with the disease. Research that leads to null results rarely gets much coverage in the media. In this instance, however, it upends the flood of stories throughout the pandemic that reports that vapors are at a greater risk. The New York Times, for example, reported in September that vaping links to COVID risks are becoming clear. CNN, Wired, Scientific American, USA Today, and just about every other news source that you can name ran similar stories. The new study is from a reputable source, the Mayo Clinic.
But Patrick, didn't Jerry get on with Savannah Guthrie, NBC or CBS or whatever, and say that young kids and oh, okay, all right, I'll shut up. Well,
Jerry,
Jerry, he put out a tweet.
Why are you even talking about Jerry? He's irrelevant now
because he's clueless.
Well, yes, but I mean, obviously, he let me.
Clueless.
He let me pull his pants down in public.
Well, you could get
and had no reply, no retort, nothing. He could not.
Did you see his corn dog?
After he responded to me and I dropped I pulled his pants down, he never, ever, ever acknowledged my existence again. I embarrassed him publicly.
Wow. Well, this week he's been clueless.
Well, he is clueless because he's clueless.
It's a new word.
He's blues clueless.
He's making shit up. So
I mean,
0, not
the Mayo
1.
Clinic, Kevin. They're
Not
a pretty
1.
reputable like health group, right? Or health provider or whatever, research people.
So the bottom, in other words, the study has a near ideal design for detecting whether and what kinds of nicotine consumption may lead to elevated risk of a SARS-CoV-2 infection. Now, the correlations there, smokers, vapors, obviously 0. Smokers, I'm sure there were some. And vapors, I thought there were a few that I'd heard that did get it. But it isn't because they smoked or because that was the presumption or assumption, whichever you like, to say that, well, if you vape, you're more likely to get it. Well, your chances were exactly the same, in my opinion, as anyone else. Now, if nicotine,
I don't believe that vaping magnified or decreased. I think your risk of getting the virus was the same.
Was the same.
But it does say here, in addition to finding no association between the use of e-cigarettes and COVID diagnosis, the study reports that current smokers were found to be at lower risk.
Do you know why?
Of infection of COVID than non-smokers.
This is my opinion as to why. Because smokers already are forced to be antisocial. So they're already setting all the way over fucking there.
They are othered. You are correct. Go over
all
there.
the way
You're
over
not part of our
fucking there.
tribe. Go.
Because we don't like you. Now, vapors, by habit or design, are also all the way to fuck over there. So I think that's probably more the reason why than just nicotine. Now, if it is found, and it probably will be eventually, and I hope I'm yes, Jennifer, I asked of your package and I have no idea why he hasn't sent it. So if there is a link between nicotine and preventativeness, that would be like never told by anyone except someone's telling the fucking truth and everybody else is going to bury it. However, I agree with you, Patrick. Your chances were exactly the same. If that does come out, then we'll throw a little party and we'll invite Glance over and all that. But who cares?
There is absolutely there's nothing in vaping that would reduce your risk of getting COVID, and there's nothing in vaping that would increase your risk of being infected.
Yeah.
The reason smokers, I believe the reason smokers are at lower risk of infection is maybe a little bit of what you said, but also because their lungs are already filled with mucosa.
Right.
Anything that was obviously mucus is one of the things that your body uses to catch infection and keep it from entering your body.
Third-hand vape. Be quiet, Ed.
So, you have a buildup of mucosa in your oral cavity, in your throat. I mean, obviously, everybody that smoked,
you
wake up in the morning, your first thing you do is you hawk up a loogie,
right?
Because your throat and your upper respiratory tract is full of crap. So you're expelling it.
Oh, it doesn't show it on there.
But yeah.
So if we are ever told
there's
the truth,
apparently the science that Mayo Clinic is using, and they had 70,000 participants in this.
0. Wow.
0 correlation between zero impact. Did not improve or reduce your risk of being infected.
Right.
Period.
So keep doing what you're doing. That's all I think. Because I'm kind of new here. I really don't know. They just stuck me over here to be an advisor.
You're so old, it's not even funny. You're not new. You're ancient.
Who's that, Mr. St. John, Mr. St. James? I forget. I see you there.
Jill St. John?
No.
St. James Infirmary? That's a really good B.B. King song.
So if you're thinking that you're being told the truth, you're not so far.
Never. No.
Ever.
Well, I mean, we will always tell you the truth, but other people will lie to you.
We will tell you the truth to the best of our ability and knowledge.
Yes. And if we don't know, we'll find out.
Probably filtered through someone else so I can understand it to try to.
We actually know really smart people that we can ask questions.
We know way smart people, and
we can call Chugga. We can call Dr. Marwa Glover, Dr. Charles Gardner, Clive Bates. We have contacts. We can call Dr. Farsalinos. But you know, Kevin,
what?
People are still trying to bring in products that they like, whether they're legal or not.
I've heard something about that.
And apparently $500,000 worth of fake vape pens.
What? So
were confiscated at Atlanta. So what I want to know is fake vape pens? I mean, could they not have used a different word than fake?
Well, don't go down yet. Tell me that Matt Myers.
Were they imaginary? Were they not real vape pens? Were they regular pen and ink pens? I mean,
corn dog vapes. Maybe they were. Tell me before you go. Don't scroll. Leave me in anticipation. Tell me that Matt Myers and what's his name, Harold Weimer and Robin Cavall, the cancer guy. These guys were all here at this Atlanta airport, ready to protect the children. Right? They had their bulletproof vests on, their guns.
Oh, I'm sure they were actually the ones that were going with the customs people.
They controlled this whole operation, right?
Yeah, I'm sure they. Yeah.
Well, I keep hearing the words protecting the children. That's what they are designed to do, and that's what their nonprofit political front group does. I want to make sure that
Kevin,
what
are you talking about? Nonprofit.
Well,
every one of these organizations.
I did the quotes.
Every one of these organizations are profitable businesses.
Not for profit. $60,000. $60,000, Patrick.
I know, and they're worth $60 billion.
I'm sorry, $60 million. $60 million was spent by Truth Initiative in 2019 to market. Doesn't say what they marketed. I know what they did. And they spent a little over $1 million to do research. So, who was in charge of this? Was it Harold without a tie, or did he wear a tie, or was it Matt Myers?
It's probably Matt.
Tell me the story. $500,000 worth of shit.
Thousands of fake vaping pens confiscated.
It's a lot of corn dogs.
Oh, it's going to play a commercial. Damn you. Damn you and your commercials. I like that chair, though.
Do you?
Tonight, $500,000 of unapproved vaping products were confiscated before they could get into Metro Atlanta stores and into your hands.
Problem, they're fakes, and they could be dangerous. CBS 46's Tori Cooper shows you how to spot a fake before your next puff.
The director of the port tells me that smugglers will do just about anything to get vape pens that look just like this into the country and into stores just like this one in Marietta. They didn't succeed this time, but store owners tell me that this is just a small dent in the massive issue. It's their primary mission.
We're always looking at the items coming in to ensure that the U.S. is protected.
U.S. Customs and Border Protection Port Director Paula Rivera says on a daily basis, smugglers are getting more sophisticated.
There's not much left to my imagination, let's put it that way.
In their attempt to get harmful and even sometimes deadly counterfeit goods into the country.
So in this shipment, we see 66 boxes with about 19,000 vape pens, and it was valued at over $590,000.
The fake vape pens arrived through an air freight carrier from China just over a week ago. They were destined for distribution right here in Georgia. These pictures taken on the ground show smugglers were trying to disguise the fake vape pens by using branded packaging almost identical to the legitimate vape company, Rick and Morty. The cartoon packaging prompting an additional.
Are you telling me that there's a legitimate Rick and Morty vape pen?
I do not know.
I mean, they're saying that these fake vape pens are using branding of a legitimate company. If there is a fucking legitimate Rick and Morty vape pen,
I don't know.
I'm baffled. I mean, that's baffling.
inspection and a call to the company
to verify if the importer has a license to import the product.
The company confirmed the pens were fake and the importer wasn't licensed, prompting the seizure. Cloud9 Vape Shop says if shops aren't careful,
more than half the products that come into the U.S. are probably fake.
Smuggled counterfeit vapes can land on their shelves.
We buy directly from the manufacturer, so we don't have to deal with this issue.
Samia Moore says a real vape pen should also be easy to spot by the shop and the consumer.
Most vapes have a QR code and a authorization code on the back of them.
Behind the label.
What? An authorization code?
My Aspire tanks have a little
To
scratch
the
off.
Ignite website, if the code has been entered twice or is unknown, you will be notified.
Oh.
U.S. Customs and Border Protection reminding consumers tonight to also do their part when a wrong pen lands in hand.
Go to cbp.gov and under allegations, they can make a report of that.
Now, the U.S. Customs and Border Protection tells me that the pens were destroyed, but it takes the stores and the consumers to do everything they can to make sure that counterfeit pens that look just like this don't end up in the wrong hands. In Marietta, I'm Tori Cooper, CBS 46 News.
Tori, thank you. Still
I'm very disappointed in this, Patrick. I really was hoping for a shot of Matt Myers handcuffing somebody and some children behind him cheering him on.
I'm waiting. Yeah, the Pave Mom should have been there. Like,
I don't know where Aaron.
Like
Aaron,
with the
where
taser.
are you?
She should have been there with the taser and tase them.
In the fuck. So I shared something in the screen. I'm not going to waste a shitload of time on it, but it's. Oh, I got to rub that, don't I? So
yeah,
down in Drop Bear Land. Is that better?
Slightly.
Is that Miss Della Basic here says exclusive retailers are being busted selling black market vaping products to children as young as 12 by flouting a legal loophole. Well, I explained to her by screenshotting her that they're selling black market vaping products. So I don't know what the loophole is. Black markets have no legal loopholes, do they, Patrick? I wanted to
I
make
don't
sure
believe they do.
you're smarter than me, and I wanted to fucking consult with you. So just above that, wherever it went, well, that ain't it.
That isn't it.
This is it. See, these were intended for the illegal black market parents that vape or want their kids to vape. No vapor, and I'm speaking for me and you, no vapor wants black market vapes in anyone's hands. Did Truth or tobacco-free kids protect any children? No. U.S. Customs did their job. Period. So I can shut up about that. But why? Oh, swig it. Keep going. When you're talking about a legal black market and selling to children, it's a black market. They don't card, they don't care, they don't tax, and they don't. Oh, look at you with your. I got these. That's not that. Is that full of refreshment?
Water.
Oh, you bastard.
Water bottle, man.
So there's two
It's for
instances
hydration
in the world today that black market stuff hits the streets almost in Atlanta and evidently down in Aussie land where children could be tainted black market stuff.
Well, Mallory, not that I would ever. She says the Truth Initiative put out that damn commercial. What do you think was going to happen? The Rick and Morty vapes, I have been seeing for over a year and a half, since before the pandemic. So I don't think that the Truth Initiative commercial caused that to happen. I think that dumbass vape dudes that China will make anything that the customer wants. So some dumbass vape bro said to a Chinese manufacturer, would you put Rick and Morty on the box?
Absolutely.
And they said yes. China will take your money and make anything that you want them to.
Yeah, they don't care about
and then
copyrights.
obviously the Rick and Morty cartoon is extremely popular with
copyright
bros. And then after Truth and obviously Truth is going to also
anything they can do,
anything
period.
that will hit their
Period.
target audience. So they'll make a
Anything.
Rick and Morty commercial as well. But yes, the Rick and Morty thing has been happening for over a year and a half, 2 years.
In fact, a year or so ago, I don't know if it was them or Tobacco Free Kids, sent journalists vaping packages out to do stories, because it's always fun to send shit through the mail.
They call that native. What is that? A native advertisement. So like, there's a commercial there's a thing on YouTube where they have like 30 news broadcasts, like saying the same exact thing.
Yeah.
And then they do like a super cut where they cut from one person to the next and they're saying the same exact thing. That's native advertisement. So
in different
public health groups can go through local news buyers, and what appears to be a news story on the news
to you
is actually a native ad.
You're going to see it in Texas, and I'm going to see it in Ohio with two completely different sets of people. Same script.
If we had millions of dollars, we could do the same thing. We could hire a media company to go around from, through the local markets, through all the local news markets, and embed news stories verbatim. We just hand them a script and say, have your anchor read this as a news story, and they will.
And it will sound good. It will sound good.
So, I mean, obviously, we would write the copy.
If you go on YouTube, you can look up newscasters, same script or something. It'll probably pop up. It's 20 minutes long or 10 minutes long.
Yeah,
or something.
it's everybody's like conspiracy theorists and stuff. Well, this is supposed to, it's not the news. The news hasn't been the news for years.
Right. Narrative, not news. Narrative.
What is news now is mostly what we used to call op-ed.
There is no journalism.
Opinion editorial. So it is what it is. Yeah.
Ed's
making a fake bot noise.
Let's recap that little thing about the black market, Patrick. Is there any thought in my head that I was wrong in speaking for you, saying that no vapor would want a black market product on the market?
Well, obviously, Kevin, you and I both over the last year and a half have learned to make our own e-liquid.
Right.
So technically, what I'm vaping is a black market product.
That's true.
I mean, I'm not selling it, but I'm actually making my own product.
But you don't want black market shit on the market.
I don't want illicit product on the market.
Right.
No.
Thank you, Ed. Fake bot noise.
Yeah, I don't want unsafe product on the market. I don't want illicit product on the market.
No. We actually kind of agree with PAVE in some respect. We do want to regulate it properly.
They don't want regulation. They don't want proper regulation.
Aaron,
they want prohibition.
Oh, but they said they're not prohibitionists.
They're liars.
Right in the White House, they said so. I heard it.
They're liars.
We don't want to tell adults what to do.
Are their lips moving, Kevin?
Well, Karen.
They're lying.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So there's going to be a black market.
Yeah. There will be.
I'm glad I clarified that.
People want what they want, and they will do whatever they have to do to get what they want.
That's why there's after
many times, people will cut corners.
Yes.
On the black market. If you think there's such a thing as a safe black market, your head is firmly up your ass.
One of the PAVE moms will. So,
yeah. There was a thing on one of my Google hits earlier about Health Canada or Canada wanting to ban the sale of flavored products in their country. Thomas Kersop responded when I mentioned that earlier, and said that they're thinking about it, but nobody's proposed anything. The other thing that I saw was some possible discussions about banning sweetener in Canada in e-liquid. Now the question is, and Thomas is back. He said he was going home, but apparently he's not, because he says, "Yep, read my tweets."
We got to stop talking about him.
Like I said, it's like the devil. You say his name and he comes.
I know,
Oh no, he says it is proposed and it is in writing. I'm not sure if he's talking about the proposed flavor ban or the proposed sweetener ban. I don't have any details. Yes, the sweetener too, he says. But I started contemplating this, Kevin.
Yeah.
Because there's plenty of e-liquid on the market that has sweetener added. Right?
Yep.
Some people add a sweetener as an ingredient. But if you start looking at the flavorings themselves, almost every flavoring that's on the market has some sort of sweetening agent in the actual flavoring. So if you think cotton candy flavoring doesn't have sweetener in it, your head, again, is firmly up your ass. If you think RY4 tobacco flavoring doesn't have sweetener in it in some way, shape, or form, your head's probably up your ass. If you think that caramel doesn't have flavoring added or sweetener in the flavoring itself, your head is up your ass. So
Jennifer,
if they decide to ban sweetener, depending on how they word that, they could literally ban every flavor that's on the market, including tobacco.
Yeah.
Because if they have to put that through mass spec, and there are certain spikes for certain flavor additives that are built into the flavorings, every commercial flavoring that's on the market that I know of right now probably has stevia or ethyl maltol or some other chemical sweetener that's built right into the flavoring.
Yep.
So, Canada might be the geniuses in prohibition as prohibitionists and have figured out a way to get a flavor ban through without actually doing a flavor ban. They could literally ban everything in one fell swoop.
Right.
Because even tobacco flavorings have sweetener in them.
Jennifer explained to me when we were talking about, wait a minute, shameless plug. When we were talking about me and my favorite kind that I had, that my kids would say they smelled maple syrup, but I couldn't taste it.
Yeah.
But my assumption was that would be a sweetener. Whatever it was in there.
Yeah, I mean, if a
done
sweetener ban goes through, every flavoring on the market is gone. Every person that has a PMTA in process that uses commercial flavorings, they're gone. Because if the sweetener is removed, or if there's a ban on sweeteners, and it's not specifically stated no added sweeteners, for example, they could just say you can't add sweeteners to the ingredients that you have listed, or you have to remove the sweetener additive from your formula. But if they go real whole hog and say, we don't want sucralose, we don't want stevia, we don't want ethyl maltol, we don't want any of these plethora, there's probably, every fruit flavor has sweetener in it.
Yeah. Sour apple might not, but I bet it does.
Oh, I bet you it does.
I never had it, but I bet it does.
Green apple. Yeah, there's a sweet note in there.
Yeah. And
it may not be, flavor art, sweetener.
quality.
It may just be in the actual flavoring themselves.
Yeah, Jennifer blew my mind because I was using what I considered the closest thing to a Marlboro Light that I had tried at that point, and I ain't found it since, and they quit making it. But the kids would say I smell maple syrup, and I couldn't figure out why. So it didn't taste sweet. But
Thomas must be preparing a screenshot. He says, "I'm stepping out to grab a screenshot. Stand by." So he might be sending us a screenshot of something. Maybe possibly.
I did link his Twitter line or his Twitter handle on the chat.
I mean, we've said this many times. Yes, there's tons of brown sugar in tobacco processing. Tons of caramels. Oh God, yes.
Yeah. Okay. I knew caramel. I knew. So
there's a guy that I know that's a mod maker here in the States. He was a sales rep for a tobacco company for years ago. And they said he went to the tobacco aging facility, and they had a display set up of all of the things that they put in just in the tobacco aging.
No, wait, this is tobacco flavored tobacco, right?
There's no such thing as tobacco flavored tobacco anymore.
Because if they take out flavor,
dude, one of the things that I wanted was is Latakia is a type of tobacco from the Middle East, from over there in Cyprus, and one of the a lot of tobacco is smoked like meat.
Okay,
like they hang it in a room or a barn, and they put a small fire in the middle of the room to dry cure and heat age and so forth and so on. So most Turkish tobacco, for example, is aged for like 3 weeks in the smokehouse.
Okay.
So Latakia is smoked for 6 months in the smokehouse.
Wow.
So I wanted a good Latakia flavoring for something that I was working on. So
that you'll never
got
mail.
it.
Okay.
Probably not. I'm awful. I got to go get boxes. I got to go get.
I'm rooting for Nick and
dude. This is my first week back at work. I didn't like
Jennifer.
They kicked my ass. Like I thought when I went back to work, like they were going to say, well, he hasn't worked in 3 months. His endurance is probably not good. Let's only give him a few appointments for the first couple days. No. No.
Your corn dog's a little low on energy and fuel.
8 appointments in 8 hours, and none of my appointments were close to each other. This whole week, I was zipping and zagging all over fucking place. So there was no time for me to go to the post office.
So you can, like Mallory said, you're curing and drying the tobacco for 6 months.
Yes. And it has a very distinct flavor.
Right. Now, is this isn't this what they do as well with cigars?
Well, yes.
Don't they age it for a year or 2 or 5 or whatever?
Some tobaccos are aged in bourbon barrels, for example.
Yeah. Okay. I'm not aficionado as you are, but
so certain, like all of your I got the beeps in my head, but I wanted to finish this thought, Thomas, and then I'll
beep, 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 beep. He's a
my
bot.
My brain is, So he sends me screenshots, and then he sends me things. Second picture goes first.
You're a bot. You got it.
He didn't send his pictures in order. So the tobacco in the smoke process, in the dry age process, in the heat, I mean, these are heat treated as well. They pick up the flavors of whatever the fire is, whatever wood is there. Okay. So, for example, certain woods have higher levels of sugars in them.
Mm-hmm.
So, trees like maple have more sap and it's sweeter because that's what they make fucking maple syrup from. So
you're
just depending.
You're saying cigarettes have flavors in them.
Well, yeah.
It's rhetorical, but yeah. Lots and lots.
There's a company in Pennsylvania called Hershey Chocolate.
Mm-hmm.
And they're, kind of famous for chocolate. And one of their biggest clients is Philip Morris. Yep.
I heard tell about that.
You did hear tell about that, huh? Whose tale did you hear?
Paul, he was wagging it around.
Yeah, hold on. I don't want to hear anything about it. Okay, so this is the screenshot that Thomas just sent us. This is from Canada. So one side of the page is in Frenchy French and the other side is in English. So we'll read the English. So this says, and this is the second picture, Thomas. So you don't tell me that I did the wrong one first, because you told me the second picture first.
Leave Thomas
alone. It says
alone.
option 5, which is the recommended option. Only allow tobacco or mint menthol flavors in vaping products using a 3-pronged approach. 1, further restricting the promotion of flavors listed in Schedule 3, which is not here. 2, adding in Schedule 2 flavoring ingredients with exceptions and sugars and sweeteners as prohibited ingredients. And so they're adding that sugars and sweeteners are prohibited ingredients, prescribing sensory attributes and standards. So this option would expand on option 4 with matching restrictions on vaping products formulation. The use of most flavoring ingredients and all sugars and sweeteners would be prohibited. Consequently, vaping products with a tobacco flavor could only be made with a limited number of flavoring ingredients without sugars or sweeteners, and only promoted as having a tobacco flavor included on the package. In addition, flavoring ingredients used in the manufacture of tobacco-flavored vaping products would be required to result in a sensory perception typical of tobacco. The same restrictions would apply to mint menthol flavoring vape products. So that's exactly what I described, right? That's exactly what I am afraid would happen. So then it goes on and says, well, I'm assuming we're starting here. This option would also provide clarity to regulated parties by identifying the sole flavoring ingredients one could use to impart promoted flavors. So they're limiting variety. They're saying that you can only they're going to limit the number of ingredients that you can add. So you couldn't take, for example, a standard tobacco flavoring and then add, say, apple pie to it. Or, obviously cherry tobacco is very popular in the pipe crowd, but the way this sounds is you couldn't do a cherry tobacco. This option would leave on the market some flavor option other than tobacco for the benefit of adults who smoke and who have transitioned or wish to transition to vaping. However, with the other flavor options such as fruit eliminated, mint menthol flavoring vaping products may start attracting more young people, although likely to a lesser degree given the absence of sweet notes, sugars, and sweeteners in these products. If this were to take place, it would likely diminish this option's effect on protecting youth from inducements to use of vaping products. This option is recommended because it provides youth with a high degree of protection from inducements to use vaping products while providing some flavor options for adults who smoke and who would have transitioned or who have transitioned or wish to transition to vaping. The department will continue efforts to help people who smoke quit and remain smoke-free.
Patrick, do you think this applies to any of the cigarettes that they manufacture and produce and bring into the country?
I don't believe so. No, I don't.
No, so it's just vaping products. Okay, I wanted to make sure.
Yeah, I don't imagine. That they're going to hamstring themselves. So, for example, Kevin, I have here my very special liquid that Leanna makes for me, which is a something that kids probably wouldn't like because it is anise and WS-23.
Yeah,
it's anise with WS-23.
It's not innocent. It's
and
innocent.
a very no sweetener at all. There's no sweetener in that liquid.
Ooh.
No added sweetener. Obviously, there is a fruit note,
right?
But there's no sweetener. But there is sweetener in that fruit note.
Mm-hmm.
So therefore, that would be banned, even though no kid in their right mind would like that.
It's an acquired taste. Dad loved it. He loved that liquor.
Absinthe. Is absinthe with some like forest fruits and other things. So yeah. Berries. There's some berries in there.
No.
But yeah, I don't imagine that that would be legal in Saskatchewan or Alberta or Toronto or British Columbia. If they put that through and it's a federal sweetener ban as well as a flavor ban, I mean, they don't even have to add the word flavor, because if they ban sweeteners, it takes everything.
That's it. Yeah.
That's all
encompassing. Yes. Yes. I'm with you.
So
like
if that is successful, in Canada, wait for it to, we apologize throughout our show for bad shit that starts in the United States being exported to other countries. And we've already said that other countries are beta testing legislation and regulation for the United States. This would be one of those. This would be the all or nothing nuclear option, as far as I can tell.
Yeah. Oh, you're banning it? Oh, then we should ban it. Well,
no, but I mean, they don't even have to use the word ban. They can just say, "Hey, we're the new regulation is going to remove the ability to use sweeteners in any product." And done. You're done. I mean, you don't even have to use the word flavor ban, because all you have to do is say sweeteners. We have science, and there is plenty of science that's available that talks about inhalation of sucralose being very deleterious to your health. So all they have to do is say, "Hey, inhaling sweeteners is bad, so we're not going to let you use sweeteners anymore," and that removes everything. Like all the fucking flavors have sweeteners. Even the ones that don't really taste sweet have sweetener in it.
I'll probably end up in divorce because she'll kill me.
Well, no, because we can still buy the flavorings.
Oh, I know. But Mrs. Johnson down the damn street doesn't know how to do that, right?
No, and the 70-year-old, the lady that's been smoking for 55 years that has a really bad hand tremors is not going to be able to sit there with a pipette. Because when I mix, I use a pipette. Yeah.
So when you have the 85-year-old lady who quit smoking 30 years ago, as Clive asked about, or quit smoking rather, and she wanted to try vaping, or wanted to smoke and was given a vape. And then you get the lady in the vape shop story. I failed to remember who that was, and it's gone. I have it somewhere. Just wants to know how to stop smoking at 85. She's not going to know where the black market is. And she likes cherry flavor, or she likes banana cream, or she likes whatever the fuck it is. So that's who and why we're here for.
So Thomas sent us the link for the documentation on this.
Okay.
I do want to show you one thing though. So obviously there's a lot of stuff here. Lots of information. I'm not going to sit here and read it because it's long, but they're saying that it would cost about $470 million over 30 years. In cost. This is how much it would cost the federal government over 30 years. $570 million. They specifically state that this would not run in conjunction with United States regulations.
No, because
we're testing it. We're testing it there before we bring it here. I'm telling you.
Yeah, well, because
So, their overall objectives are to protect young persons and non-users of tobacco products from inducements to use vaping products, to protect the health of young persons and non-users of tobacco products from exposure to and dependence on nicotine that could result from the use of vaping products, protect the health of young persons by restricting access to vaping products. That already occurs, I thought. Prevent the public from being deceived or misled with respect to the health hazards of using vaping products. That's right from that fucking social media blast that we talked about earlier. And enhance public awareness of those hazards. Sure, enhance the public awareness of the 5% harm
that people are tweeting about and pissing people off about.
So I want to scroll down because there's a chart. This is the youth vaping chart, but they're using the data from the 2018 and 2019 version of the
past 30 days.
Yeah, past 30 days. So there's a bar chart. So 2014 and 2015 are blue, 2016 and 2017 are red, and 2018, 2019 are green. So let's scroll down. So ages 7 through 9 in 2014, 2015, 3.2% are e-cigarette users. You go to 2018, 2019, and it's already up to 11.1%. 7 to 9 grade. Okay. 10 and 12. 2014, 2015, 8.9%. In 2018, 2019, it's all the way up to. So they're saying, and obviously we know what past 30-day e-cigarette use actually means. But they're trying to get the general public to believe that over 1/4, 29.4% is over a quarter of kids in the grades 10 through 12.
And it doubled in a year.
Well, not 1 year, but if we go from 14 to 19 or 40, yeah, that's a 5-year period. Has gone from so 8.9%. Look at that's double in 2 years.
2 years, I'm sorry. So if it's past 30 days, first of all, make that very clear to everybody's brains who's still functioning, because you're asking children who allegedly have brain damage from nicotine a question that they can't answer because of their obvious impairment. So how can you trust this? 66 or more, I do not want to see limits on nicotine ever, anywhere, for anything, ever. But
that's better than 20 milligrams.
I was going to say it's way better than the UK. That's way better, believe it or not.
That's significantly better. I mean, there's only one product that I know of on the market that's higher than that.
Yeah.
I mean, the vast majority of nicotine salts that I know on the market are not that high.
Right.
So, I don't think this is going to actually capture anything at 66 milligrams per milliliter. If that's one of the suggestions. That's one of the
proposed.
One of the options. That's one of the proposals. But yeah, 66 milligram is pretty fucking high. I don't know that, the EU is 20.
Yeah.
Okay.
Somebody tell me what the legal age in Canada is to smoke or vape.
Well, I imagine it's 21.
Well, because they're going to 19 years old and 20 up.
Well, because these are illegal kids.
Oh, I forgot. 30 days, brain damaged.
So what they're saying here is that
delinquents are using the. Okay, all right. I'm sorry, I forgot the delinquent.
63% of the lawbreakers are using it for
ne'er-do-wells. Ne'er-do-wells. Scofflaws.
So Thomas says that they already capped it at 20 milligrams.
20.
So I don't know then why do they have 66 milligram in their proposal?
Because they
But
wanted
yeah,
to lick somebody's butt. That's
63% of the lawbreakers are using fruits. So I think we should talk about the lawbreakers. This is
illegal users, acquirers, and users who are brain damaged. Right? I got it right so far?
So Thomas says that depending on province, it's 18, 19, and 21.
So why 19 and 20 and up are even on this chart concerns me.
Yeah.
Doesn't that skew the number, Patrick?
So new flavor names, often quite creative, are constantly coming onto the market. Research on the global evaluation of online choice proxy for the market as a whole from 2014 to 2017 shows unique flavor options doubled from 7,764 to 15,586. Estimates from 2019 Canadian market data are in the range of 3,000 unique flavor indications. These flavors are promoted with names that can be classified in a number of categories. Examples include.
Tell me where I can find the often quite creative research that's published daily.
Well, you don't think that crazy strawberry is creative? Or cinnamon kiss or ginger bliss or vanilla
Hey, watch your
stem?
mouth. Oh my God. Often quite creative. Oh my God. That doesn't sound biased at all.
So apparently there's a flavor called Nut Job.
They got to Paul, didn't they?
At least it wasn't called Blowjob.
Or Tic Tac Job or something. I don't know. Wow.
So yeah, I mean, I often hear people saying that Canada. Yes, there's a cucumber vape. There's a couple.
Oh, yeah.
There's a couple. I actually had one that wasn't awful at an event years ago. It was like a quince and cucumber.
What's a quince? Don't look at me in that sort of voice.
Quince is a fruit.
It is?
If you eat juicy fruit gum, it is the main flavor ingredient in juicy fruit gum.
Like that yellow flavor? Yeah, okay. All right. I got you.
I was unaware that flavors had a color.
I tell Janice that when I'm drinking grape juice, this tastes like purple.
So I would suggest that even if you are an American, if you're American and you don't care about Canada, you should read this. About halfway through, there's a bunch of options. You scroll down even further. They're talking about cost of the regulation. Scroll down even further. Well, there's a whole section here. Here, I'll add it back up here where it says manufacturers and importers may need to reformulate their tobacco, mint, and menthol products by removing sugars and sweeteners as well as flavor ingredients unless those ingredients are listed as the exclusions from the prohibition. See footnote 51. The proposed restrictions on ingredients may impact manufacturers and importers across Canada that would then carry incremental reformulation costs. Key assumptions include, and then there's a list of stuff, Health Canada's costs, quantitative costs, benefits of the proposal, so forth and so on. Obviously, they list these as the benefits. And then there's all sorts of analyses here and numbers. This was just handed to me, so I have not read this. I can't fully cover it in respectful way because I just got it. But there's a lot of stuff here to read. And, if you're, there are some people in the chat room that are in the business and people that will watch the show later that are in the business. I know that Jay Love likes to watch our show on Monday, because then he's often commenting on Monday and I get alerts. He does business in Canada. He probably needs to be aware of this. I'm sure, because they're responsible people. They probably have, attorneys and representation in Canada. But yeah, I mean, the horror of this is, I mean, there's a lot of information here. But if they were to push through the option that includes a sweetener ban, that's everything. They don't have to do anything else.
Paul
That's
just said
everything.
Australian government has a hard on for it. So, and earlier we discussed
for the prescription model that they're trying to go straight to the bottom, scroll up a bit, and you will see. Oh, okay. He says at the very bottom there's a list of allowable flavors.
Allowable.
Yeah.
Allowable. Let me see. This will help people quit smoking. Okay, I understand. Well, we're going to make it as hard as we can and unpleasant as we can. What?
See, I was right.
What? That's
they're putting the chemical name. They're putting the chemical names for the sweeteners and what is not allowed. Flavor enhancers are gone.
So, my wife.
This is the bibliography, the footnotes. I don't need that. So, let's scroll up.
My wife likes some kind of booster sweetener. I don't remember the name of it. S23 or something. You'd know better than I would.
I don't know what it is. WS23 is a cooling agent.
Cool. Okay, that's what it is. So she likes that. So
it.
Who am I to say that she can't have it?
If you see something that says like Arctic Blast or Chill or something like Frozen, that is an agent that you add to e-liquid to make it cool without that menthol flavor.
She likes it in her
I don't like menthol.
I don't know which it is.
You can mint. I'm going to hydrate real quick.
You do that. It was highly suggested through Jennifer that would enhance her experience. Now, who am I to tell my wife that I can't let her enhance her fucking experience? Yeah. Or anybody else for that matter.
This is Schedule 2 Schedule 2 Schedule 2 to the Act is amended by adding the following after item 9. So there it is, sugars and sweeteners. Ingredients that have flavoring properties that enhance flavor, including ingredients identified as flavoring agents by the Joint FAO-WHO Expert Committee on Food Additives in the committee's evaluations as published from time to time in the WHO Technical Report Series. Ingredients identified as generally recognized as safe, flavoring substances, blah, blah, blah. So these are excluded. Benzoic acid, citric acid, glycerol. So these are allowed.
Mm-hmm.
These are excluded from the list of prohibitions. Then you go down. Ingredients that have flavoring properties or that enhance flavor, including blah, 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 same too. So look at all of these. These are all...
Let's pretend 5 of those.
Pyridine. Well, I'm sure there's and you even go down here. Menthol, menthone. These are
yeah.
Holy shnikey. And these are not like things that these are ingredients that are in the flavorings.
Earlier we said people are just on Twitter are tweeting and reducing the trust of public health. And here is an example of why you shouldn't trust public health. Now, some of those things may be bad. I don't know. I'm not.
No, these are allowed. These are.
Oh, these are the allowed. Okay, all right.
These are the allowed. So you go up here. For example, I think most of the things in this list are like this is eucalyptus These are all menthol. Anything that menthol,
Okay. These are
acetate.
excluded, right.
These are excluded from the ban. So furfural, for example, I know for a fact that furfural alcohol is actually one of the things that on most of the flavor databases, would put that on the do not use list because it potentially could what's the word? Potentially it's a possible carcinogen.
Okay. Things we need to know, right?
I have been known to snooze, not currently.
You snoozer, you. Not currently.
I need a Swedish contact because to order snooze, you have to make it worthwhile. You have to order so much because of the shipping.
Give him Bent.
So what we need to do is Bent's not going to give me a break. I'm going to still have to buy like a whole bunch of shit.
Well, he can tell you a source.
No, what we need to do is get a whole bunch of people that want to snooze and order like in bulk.
I'd like to try it. I watched AJ Moll.
I mean, you can get the white. Where did my can of snooze go?
I don't go in the store.
They sell them at the convenience store.
I don't go in.
But there's only like two options in our convenience stores.
I get the gas and I leave. I don't go in.
So to get the really good stuff, you have to order it from mail order.
AJ Moll put.
Excuse me.
He used something. I don't know what the strength or the flavor was, but he did it live and it was freaking hilarious.
But yeah, these are the allowed. So tobacco, mint, menthol, a combination of mint and menthol, cannabis, confectionery.
I don't like the word allow from the government. I don't like that. I don't care who's government.
You are permitted to choose what we want you to choose.
I'm not fond of that.
So after you make the tobacco flavor from the list, they apply the sensory aspect test. This means that even if you do it right, if the government doesn't think it tastes shitty enough, they can prohibit it. So if I make a really good tobacco.
That's a good way to put that. Wait a minute, Bob. You think it'll suck? Yeah. Okay, let it through.
I wouldn't use any of the Camel ones. The ones that I have are the general snooze are the ones that I have used. In the States.
I will eventually. I'll find something eventually. It'll hit my eye and I'll go, oh, there's one.
Let me snooze. Where did I put my can? Right here on my desk. My desk is so fucked up right now, though. I would snooze for Ed, but I can't find my can.
Just for Ed? That's it?
Well, I'm so mean to Ed. Every once in a while, I feel like I should probably be nice.
So because we're talking about smokeless, that means no smoke. Dr. Rodew did I don't know if you saw this, Patrick, or not. Matt Myers in 2003 and today. Did you see that from him?
I didn't. I did not see that.
Okay, I think everyone in the chat will like it, so I'm just going to link it in the chat. Without further ado, there it is.
Without further ado, you're going to Rodew?
Yes, exactly. He caught that. So he led the effort in 2009 in the Food and Drug Administration for being given authority over tobacco products. And in 2003, at a congressional hearing, can tobacco cure smoking? A review of tobacco harm reduction. Mr. Swearinger, which we've not had on the show, but David Swearinger is a friend of ours, testified in support of that. Him and Dr. Rodew. Myers endorsed the THR in his testimony with a caveat. He insisted Congress grant the Food and Drug Administration comprehensive regulatory authority. Well, that's a mouthful. Over all tobacco products. So that's interesting. In 2019, the regulations had been in effect for a decade, and now he doesn't like it. So I want you guys to read it because it's good. I want you to understand smokeless tobacco, snus, beech nut, skull, whatever it is not smoking. It's another way to get nicotine. Those nicotine pouches now are also out. And I'll speak for Patrick, we don't endorse anything specifically, but you need to know what else is out there. Ed is also someone who does a few of those things. So if you're questioning or asking,
Kevin,
what?
I will endorse anything that somebody comes to me and says, I use this and it helps me quit smoking, or it helps me stay off cigarettes. So if Ed says in the thing he's not loving snooze, but if he couldn't vape, maybe. I know other people that were vapors for years that moved to snooze and preferred them over vaping.
Sure.
Because everyone is different, Kevin, and you have to meet them where they are.
Exactly. It's funny you mentioned that. Our guest last week, Dr. Glover, she put a blog out.
Yes, on Monday.
Did you see it?
I did see it, but I need to go get a link for it.
Hold on. Did you read it?
I did, but I don't have the link saved.
I'm looking. I didn't save it.
Gosh, darn it.
I tweeted it, and it was interesting because crap.
Remember, we showed part of the thing.
Yeah.
We showed part of the thing on the show last week.
REWAGLOVER.
E. coli.
Oh my goodness.
I'm just got to go to Coriasis. I'm there at Coriasis now.
Okay, it might be quicker to do it that way.
Coriasis.
I want you to go down to a certain spot because of what you just said. It reminded me of I forgot to give you the Dr. Glover link.
Gosh darn it, Kevin. What are you here for?
I don't know. Just my good looks. Well, that's a lie. You see it?
That is a lie.
Did you find it?
The May 31st.
He's like a 78-year-old man or something like that. Oh my goodness.
Kevin, I'm going to fire you.
Okay, fine.
You're fired.
Sure. I really don't remember what I put on that.
When did you tweet it? Did you tweet it?
Oh, I tweeted it. Yeah. I tweeted the quote, but it's so far down, I probably won't find it fast enough.
I'm just going to go find Morrow. I'm going to bring Morrow on as my co-host.
She's a lot smarter than me, so okay.
There is no doubt in my mind.
Now, I think I tagged her in it, but I don't know if she liked it or didn't like it or whatever, so she might have it on her page. And actually, you know what? I could probably go to her page. But
I'm on her feed right now.
Okay.
You drive me crazy, Kevin.
I know. See,
you have one job. You have one job.
Damn it. This was a good one. It was a great example of not everyone's the same. I can't find the damn thing.
Man, this thing is huge. I got to unrub this one.
We got to build this up bigger because people are going to be so disappointed in me.
Come on. There we go. Now this may not be the one you're talking about.
All right. Nope.
So this is nicotinepolicy.net. This was published on the 21st.
Okay.
And this is a guest blog that she wrote on the Nicotine Policy website.
Okay.
In talking about Bloomberg.
Okay.
So this one, I'm going to rub it slightly. There we go. Annoyance is building in me as I watched my daughter's weekend netball game. The center was everywhere at once, yelling for the ball to be passed to her. Her teammates would turn to throw, then stop confused. Why call for the ball when you're not clear? Luckily, they assessed that a pass to their center would be a pass to the other team just before earning a penalty for holding the ball too long. What is netball? Too long before they find someone else to pass to, and the game moves on. It was a short distraction, but repeated too often, it can cost more than a few goals. Clearly, I'm working too much if even a netball game presents a metaphor for what's happening in tobacco control. Harm reduction offers an efficient, fast way to reduce smoking-related harms. Using netball as an analogy, this is when a team gets the ball and they pass it cleanly from one player to the next down the court. The opposition doesn't get a look in. The goal shooter sends the ball in a perfect arc. The parents applaud. Etiquette was observed. People played by the rules. There were no penalties, no contact. No one got hurt. In a game of droughts, it's called a checkers run. Even if the opposition puts up a fight, well, that's to be expected, especially when they stand to lose their business. But when your own side undermines your run, now that's frustrating. Of course, tobacco control isn't a game. Real people are dying. We can't afford to have people running around demanding the ball, looking like they're doing something when they're just diverting attention away from the checkers run, delaying achievement of the goal. That is helping people to stop smoking or switch to low-risk alternatives.
See,
do you find what you were looking for? Because I was just reading this.
Thank you, Mallory. I love you too. And yes, I do. I have it. I've actually shared it. There, Henry.
Oh,
Henry. Now,
this is not new. We've read Henry before.
We have?
Yes, but read it again.
All right. I'm not going to read the whole thing. I'm going to drop down to a very specific point. Henry's a 72-year-old European man who lives in the South Island. He owns his own home and shares with a male flatmate of the same age. He enjoys sharing the produce grown in his vegetable garden. He smoked when he was 17. After dinner, they'd go have a smoke. Now he's 72, 55 years of smoking. Ex-Army cook. He knows
like
all
Ernie and Bert.
He's like Ernie and Bert. It's Bert and Ernie. Now, he's tried 8 times to give up over the 30 years, and I can't give up, he said. So 8 months ago, he did a tablet and blah, blah, blah. Here's the part I want to highlight. Tried vaping is the question. Someone did try to get me to try vaping. It's a waste of money. I'm not paying $50 for it. I'd rather spend my money on something else. The young people across the road vape. I'm not interested. I've smoked for so many years. I don't want to try something new. Now, I'm not laughing because he said this. I'm laughing because I hear my father in the exact same voice saying the exact same things. Kiss my ass. What do you mean I got to take this thing out and put that thing there? And what the hell is wrong with you people? Just give me my damn cigarettes. Leave me alone. So
let me be me.
Everybody's different. Everybody's different.
And we've said
Patrick's wrong once in a great while. I'm wrong all the time. We're different. I don't like Patrick, and you guys might.
Nobody else does either.
Okay, good. I'm in good company. So just because you like funky mango monkey ass doesn't mean Paul likes. Well, he probably does like monkey ass, but
like monkey ass.
It's not because of you, because it's not about you.
It's always about me, Kevin.
I had somebody that said they wanted to stop smoking. I took them to the vape shop. They smoked menthol. Now I'd only been doing it for probably maybe a year. So I took them to the smoke shop because that's the only vape shop there was at that point. And I said, she had menthol. And they said that we have menthol. So they gave it to her. Well, I didn't know nicotine strength. I didn't know all the ins and outs of that part of it yet. Here's where it got me. She took her hit and she started coughing. She coughed so bad that the lady said, here's a free water. Please stop coughing. Now, it was at that moment that I understood, well, not at that moment, but a few moments later when she could actually stop hacking her lung up, that she lung inhaled. And I said, you do what? I've never heard of that. Well, I came home and I asked my son, and he said, yeah, I've been lung inhaling all my life, because, he's 22 at the time. So I learned that everybody's different quickly.
Well, Kevin, there are smokers that will smoke.
Yeah.
And they put the cigarette to their mouth and they inhale and it goes right into their lungs.
Never heard of it.
And then there are people like me that French inhale, where you bring it into your mouth. That's what it was called. That's what it's called.
I know. Yeah. Yeah, I know.
Fill your mouth and then you inhale it into your lungs.
Mouth to lung, right? I never heard of this crap before. I never knew what happened.
But yeah, there are some people, like when you're smoking a stogie, for example, or a pipe. You always see people lighting their pipe and they'll pull into their mouth and then blow it directly out their nose.
Yes.
And that's how you smoke a cigar. You're not really supposed to inhale like into your lungs cigars. Now, I know there are people that do that. But usually they're puffing it and they're blowing it out, puffing it and blowing out.
Right.
But yes, the bring it into your mouth and then bring it into your lungs, different. And if you're, using the wacky tobacco,
what?
That's when you do the.
You do the hokey pokey. Oh wait, that's different.
I never did the hokey pokey because it never really did anything for me.
Ed's over there doing the corn dog pokey, so there you go.
Well, I don't know what he's doing. I hope he's not poking with the corn dog.
Let's try not to judge Ed too hardly.
Yeah.
55 years of smoking, and he said he ain't gonna try this shit. Fuck that. So you can't convert everybody. That's part of the lesson in that. And the other part is everybody's different.
Even that smoking counselor on that 7-year-old video that we played on YouTube earlier said the number one factor in the success of whether somebody is a quitter is the desire to quit.
See, mine was like the 6th reason, because I didn't want to quit.
No, you were an accidental quitter, which is
2nd or 3rd or 5th or whatever. Who cares? Yeah. But it's wow, shit. This ain't so bad. That's all it took for me. I'm gonna try this for a couple days, and it worked. That's all I care. If it don't work, it don't work. It didn't work for my son. He's still smoking. The other one hasn't even tried. He's like, fuck that. I don't care. He's like Henry at 22. The 26-year-old's like, nope, ain't doing it. We've tried, 6 or 8 different styles, devices, flavors, strengths. It's okay. He's allowed. Were you trying to smile behind that? Where did you get the cup from? The water houdini?
With this thingy?
You suck.
With my logo on it? I've had this for years.
Oh my god!
I've had this for a long time. If you find the old videos where like Fig and I are like really getting drunk, I always had this.
I didn't like him either. I loved his hair though. So, what's a guy to do to get one of them damn things? I got to come to Texas, or
no? The guy that made it's in Arizona.
So I got to drive to Arizona. Is this going to be like? Is this going to be like a guy for Nick and Jen and?
There was a guy. No, because you'll order it directly from the guy. I don't play any part in this.
Like maybe a Christmas bonus or something. No,
okay. There was a guy who was in the vaping industry who opened a laser engraving business.
Okay,
and he was on Instagram one day, and I said, "Hey, if I send you my logo, will you put it on a thing?" And he had a couple different like Yetis and things like that. And this is not a Yeti. This is a TAL.
Okay. Yep.
And this was less expensive than the Yeti.
That's where I'd have gone, yeah.
And I think it costs like $40.
Hey, by the way, I got this shirt on, but I've seen a couple of people post things that they were getting merchandise again, and I don't remember who it was that was trying to get merchandise. I want to say it was Ed, but I don't remember. So if you guys were trying to get You Don't Know Nicotine merchandise, I haven't been on the site to see, but I'm going to tomorrow because I want a different hat. But anyway, side note. You're looking, ain't you? You can't depend on me anymore.
You're untrustworthy.
Available?
You get a coffee cup. You get a mask if you want, or a sticker. I don't know. I wouldn't do this. I can't do putting a sticker on my computer.
I got me the stickers just because I
look,
wanted them.
see, look, they got steel water bottles. You can get one of
That
those.
doesn't say Son of Liberty Radio. I'll just get a fixed hair radio. I make my own.
These and tank tops.
Yep.
And a cap.
I got two.
Ooh, I
got two mugs. See, I want the black one or whatever the other one was. You just snapback. I don't wear them, but I want one anyway. Nice.
Well, the only time I wear a hat is while I'm on the show.
I rarely do anymore.
Used to be I was wearing the hat to cover up the earphone thing. You know.
I'm trying to keep what's left of my brain in my head.
What brain?
All right. What's left of? So
you can get casual leggings.
I don't think they'd fit me, but I'd try. Wouldn't matter. So if you don't know nicotine and you haven't been on the site,
get you a backpack.
So click on something just to see that you can order it, just because I'm ultra curious. Because somebody showed that and I was like, oh, wait, I think they're back.
It comes in black and navy blue.
Nice, sweet. Okay. So it looks like you guys can get on there if you want to.
See, this is, where's it at? This is not the beanie that I have. It is. I got the blue one.
All right.
It looks different though.
Okay. It's angled, I think.
The blue looks different.
I'm a little disappointed they didn't just use Aaron as the model.
I'm
not for those, but for the
interested.
Hat. Well, you saw the ad earlier.
Oh, I could definitely get the You Don't Know Nicotine socks.
I thought they were Band-Aids. Okay. This little molecule, folks. This little molecule is upended the world. Put it off its axis. We've rolled out of control for the past 15 years because of nicotine. Nobody gave a fuck about it 20 years ago. But
see, the thing is once we. So first it was smoking, right? Smoking, bad, blah, blah, blah. And for years they would talk about the tars and all of the bullshit that's in, all that bad stuff. So then when fewer people were smoking and more people were vaping, then it suddenly wasn't about tar and all that stuff. And it was about nicotine.
I actually saw. Yeah.
Now we've said, hey, we got rid of all the bad stuff that you were talking about. That was bad. People smoke for the nicotine.
Not good
but
enough.
It's all the other shit that kills them, right?
Not good enough.
So now they're like, well, you've done our job for us. What are we going to do now? We'll have to take that away from you too.
I'm going to look for something real quick. In print. I'm not sure if this is something we shared or not. And I want to make sure before I open my big old mouth, because if it is, I'll be disappointed.
Well, while you're talking about that, I figure I'll do this one. So this is from the Washington Post. This Washington Post story reports how an over-aggressive policing reports well on over-aggressive policing, but ignores a related question. Why on earth is vaping on the boardwalk a crime? nuisance laws lead to violence. Huh. Didn't we say last week on this show that every politician should think about whatever laws that they're going to pass and realize that those laws that they just passed will be ultimately enforced at the end of a gun barrel or a taser?
And Matt Myers and everyone else will be sleeping soundly, safely in their beds while they wait. So it's a precursor to the Pfizer.
The Pfizer?
Pfizer. Where's my
Pfizer?
share? I can't find my share. Share
The
screen.
Pfizer?
I'm not going to read the article. I just want to show you what I've seen because I'd never seen it actually in print.
Well, I should show it then.
There's a share. I'll make it
You
bigger.
got to rub that shit.
I'm
whipping
it in as fast as I can. Phil, the rodent, I've told you 100 times you got to follow his happy little scrawny ass. He explains.
Well, how do you know that he's got a scrawny ass is what I want to know.
Well, I really don't know, but
okay.
Paul likes to tell me stuff. So he's talking about the precursor to the one we covered this evening about the Ministry of Food and Drug in wherever the fuck it is, Korea. So they were already looking at it in Korea. That was where it started. But do you see this word here? Anti-nicotine therapies? Anti-nicotine. So I said to the rodent myself, duly noted, rodent, anti-nicotine therapy. Not sure I've seen that terminology in print on purpose because I don't think I've ever seen the words anti-nicotine. We use it, our crowd uses it, but I don't recall it ever being right in front of me.
But
so it's not about the smoke now.
Apparently, this is like the first time that I've been like aware of like nitrosamines.
Yeah, me too.
In pharmaceutical drugs.
I don't even know what the hell they are, but yeah.
Well, they're like, for example, in tobacco, they have what they call tobacco specific nitrosamines, which are one of the things or some of the things that are in tobacco that are thought to be carcinogenic.
That I know.
So I'm assuming that they're hypothesizing that all nitrosamines could possibly maybe be potentially carcinogenic.
Nicotine is not.
Because it's not a nitrosamine.
Nicotine does not cause cancer.
No.
Dr. Rodu
There for a while they were trying to make people think that, and there are still people that say that nicotine enhances the growth of cancer.
They think, and maybe it does. It could,
hypothetically, maybe. But, Chantix is not a nicotine replacing therapy.
No.
There is no nicotine in Chantix. It is not like NRT. This is a pharmaceutical thing that goes into your head and attaches to your nicotinic receptors.
Allegedly.
And supposedly supposed to curb your...
That's the one I was looking for earlier. Is that Mallory's?
Supposed to...
Amanda.
No, it's Allison. This is
Allison. That's the one I was trying to find earlier.
So we'll go back to the story real quick because they're giving you this drug because they say that cigarettes cause cancer. But oh shit, they fucked up, and God knows how many batches of this actually went out with the nitrosamines in before they realized that they had goofed up.
Since the 90s, I believe.
Well, yeah, but how many times over the last 30 years has this pill been manufactured and that same error occurred and didn't get tested? Because they don't batch test everything.
No, hell no. And then how many times was it told, let's say in the past 10 years, no, you can't use vaping. Okay, then I'll just try the Chantix.
So we know for a fact that there was research that showed, and this specifically, this meme says that 544 suicides and 1,869 attempted suicides have been reported to the FDA as adverse effects in connection with Chantix, according to documents obtained by America Tonight under the Freedom of Information Act. So, but they're giving you a pill to help you not get cancer that ultimately they fucked up and potentially cause cancer.
So quitting smoking could kill you.
Yes. I actually know somebody that had a stroke because they went cold turkey.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Because their body was used to it and they went cold turkey and their body's like, hey, what did you just do?
Yeah.
But we also know that around this time, there were multiple lawsuits from people that had family members that were on Chantix that committed suicide. The family sued the FDA. FDA said, we're going to put a black box warning on these pills. And then Pfizer petitioned the FDA and said that this is going to be deleterious to our product. It's going to potentially cause more people to smoke. You need to reconsider and weigh the benefit of this pill versus a few people committing suicide. And by the way, when you leave FDA, Gottlieb will give you a job.
Yep.
So the black box warning was removed, even though it was included on there because 500 plus people had committed suicide. And I know a handful of medicines that have black box warnings. Specifically, I know one because my wife was, before we got married, in the 6 months or so before we got married, she went to a dermatologist because she had a frequent rash and she wanted to look pretty for the wedding picture. So she got put on this drug that has an awful black box warning. And it's just for skin. It's just to make your skin clear. But the things that are on this drug is horrible. 100% chance that if you get pregnant while you're taking this medicine, you have a 100% chance of getting a birth defect. Accutane is the name of this medicine.
Right.
I'm gonna pull up the Accutane side effects. So I'm looking for the really bad list. So, okay. So when you're on this medicine, you have to sign an agreement that you will use two contraceptives. So they can guarantee that you will not get pregnant. You will get this is a medicine for your skin, by the way. It's a pill that you take for your skin. So you're going to get problems with your vision and hearing, muscle or joint pain, back pain, bone pain, increased thirst, increased urination, hallucinations, depression, liver and pancreas problems, severe stomach problems, increased pressure inside the skull, which can cause you to stroke out, dryness of skin, lips, and eyes, vision problems, headache, back pain, joint pain, skin reactions, stuffy nose. There was clinical trials and people actually had hardening of the neural pathways. You could get hypotriglyceridemia, so like increased triglyceride production. palpitation, tachycardia, vascular thrombotic disease, stroke, blood sugar problems, inflammatory bowel disease, hepatitis, pancreatitis, like anemia, thrombocythemia, neutropenia. Yeah, awful shit. Just so you have clear skin.
More things than you can shake a stick at.
And I said to her, is it really that important? Can't you just wear makeup to cover up any skin problems that you have? And she's like, no.
So
I want to look pretty in my pictures.
She can look pretty. She's allowed. So the strange connection with Gottlieb rears its ugly head for us, because the strange career of Scott Gottlieb, counterpunch.org. It's 07. This is 2007, folks. Yep. So it goes, among other things, it says his on to Wall Street approach succeeded in rushing Chantix, Pfizer's stop smoking drug, Valencerine, whatever, to market, but a string of 2006 suicides and a violent death of a musician leave many asking if that was such a good thing. Here's the quote. The truth is, the FDA's required trials reveal limited information, Gottlieb wrote presciently. What is that word? In an op-ed. Presciently. I was close. In an op-ed in the Chicago Tribune in 2005. In many cases, it is only after drugs are on the market for many years and given to thousands of patients that their true benefits are revealed. Benefits. See, true benefits. That drives me nuts. That's what he put, because people were killing themselves. He said true benefits.
Well, that's population control, Kevin.
You know what? Remember earlier I said I don't like it when people say that I can't. So they trialed kids with that drug long after that statement, period, in the UK and the United States. I don't remember how many. It could have been 200. It could have been 2,000. I don't recall. I don't care. So when you think of someone who was with Pfizer, with the FDA, went back to Pfizer, pushed it through, and didn't give two shits about you or me or carcinogens or nothing, but he's your pal. Keep thinking they're all your friends. So
I did an entire, when he was at FDA, I did an entire grouping of shows where I called him King Gottlieb.
King Gottlieb, Jesus. You should be tarred and feathered for that. But all right.
So
now I got to go back.
Where are you going back to? Backstreet.
I got to go back and watch you and whoever you were with. I don't like harping, but I'm harping on that Chantix shit because it just pisses me off. So
it pisses you off.
Mallory started it. Technically, Phil started it, but Mallory got me in a different mode of pissed off. That's all, which was a good thing. I'm not mad at her. I'm mad at them.
Blame her.
Keeps the heat off Paul that way.
It's always a woman's fault.
All I know is we've made enough noise for them to study you little bots to make sure that we're giving the public a lower opinion of them stupid bastards. Look at Jerry. You got Jerry and the wench in there and Professor Puffin stuff.
There's King Gottlieb there. I was just looking. That's from
1984. You had just enough time to find that, dude, didn't you?
Well, that's one. There's like 5 different videos or 5 different shows where I had Gottlieb on the cover art with a crown. I used to have really good cover art.
Mallory has riding crops. She's not afraid to use them, Patrick. Well, I was kind of hoping that was directed at me. That's a pretty good graphic, though.
I have lots of really good graphics that I stopped doing because
You've done or stolen great work. I know that.
Look at
There's Karen. I've used that with some relatives and they love it, by the way. Look at Jerry.
This was the murder bees and man, bear, pig versus the Surgeon General. A lot of people won't get the man, bear, pig reference.
Oh my God. He had a bear loose during the COVID thing in his yard.
Yes, that was the week.
Think of the children.
That was the week I did that. We did that show. That was the week. Was the man, bear, pig.
Well, he allegedly had a bear in his backyard.
I still think that this is probably the best stop smoking PSA I've ever seen, and this is an actual PSA from the NHS in England.
So Matt Myers is on the low end. Never mind.
There's Sal.
Oh, there's my buddy Cuomo.
Vaping is better than smoking, technically. Yes,
So
but so what? Flavors trumped.
Look at them beautiful humans, like you can see me pointing.
Gretchen Whitmer saying die smokers die. There's the scary woman. These
Gretchen.
pictures won't load for some reason.
Gretchen Wilson.
Gretchen Wilson.
Gretchen.
It's Gretchen
R.
Whitmer.
Gretchen. With a W. Gretchen. I'm curious about them riding crops.
Yeah, this is the graphic from the very first show that we had Dr. Glover on.
Oh.
From October 17th of 2019.
That's so cool. We were such good kids then.
I know, right? And Bucky let us know.
So we were just as calm. That was fun.
No,
really
no
was.
cursing, no irreverent, jokey comments during the show.
For those of you who don't know, she said bot shit, and then all hell broke loose. Basically,
Oh my God, that was
the earth opened below us.
we were like, oh my God, we can say curse words now. Yay!
She said bot shit. We had no idea.
We're
What
like,
a sweet human.
She's
Such a
awesome
sweet
human being. Awesome. So, there's a thing called Spreaker, right?
Yes, I do, sir.
So Spreaker is where the audio podcasts live.
Live.
Well, yes, because I pay to host them. And while we're here, I figure.
Damn it.
Darn it.
Damn it.
Why are you so
Sometimes
cursing?
I hit the like button on somebody's commenter for a second, and I hit the like instead of the hate, and I can't make my mouse move quick enough to let them think that I liked it. I hated it.
So yeah, I'm gonna share this real quick. So we have this place called Spreaker.com.
Yep.
And these are all of our audio shows over the years. Everything is here. We had David Gerlitz on back in like a long time ago. This is Jennifer was on mixing it up. Jennifer, Kristen, and Alex and Brent. We can just keep scrolling. All of these shows still exist.
Rawhide. Oh, that's never mind.
Rolling. That's
They don't go away.
Nope, they're here.
You can find Patrick in a drunken stupor on some of the shows before.
There are quite a few of those shows. I will not lie. But everything is still there. Like everything that
some content is adult orientated. Please use viewer discretion.
Demetrius. I mean, this is 2018. I'm all the way back. This is 2018.
We've had Mike on the show.
We've had tons of people on the show. There's Blameyer,
James,
Tony Ottamanelli.
Bruni was on briefly.
Vaping in the mic shows. And this is,
show.
I mean, you know, this is
Tony's
way
was
back.
a good show. That was a good
show. Fergus Mason used to have a show here. I'm still paying to host that.
That evil man.
Well, I haven't. I mean, he's been quiet. So like, this isn't
very. He's been banned from Twitter like 63 times. I actually have a screenshot.
This is
of
back
a
when
tweet.
I used to play music during the shows.
Oh, I have a screenshot of Fergus saying, "I'm being nice," and then we all laughed.
Look what you're trying to do. All the delicious flavors of e-cigarettes.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I can't do that. That's goes right into the music.
You're gonna take a hit, yeah.
I don't want to do
It's
that.
the same battle, Mr. Myers. We've been at it before. They want to addict these kids, this time to an e-cigarette, which has a chemical that's addictive. We know what it leads to. Sadly, it leads to tobacco addiction, disease, and death.
So I invite everybody to just go and look at what's on here. Like, there's some classic shit, man.
Find yourself in the Patrick tube.
Because a lot of these are not video. I mean, you go back far enough and there's a lot of stuff before we even did video shows.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know.
Down
may
the
not be able
Patrick
to
rabbit hole. Rabbit hole, rabbit hole.
Crawl into the mind. Oh, this was a good show. I mean, this one's on video, but this is the Surgeon General train wreck episode.
Mm-hmm.
But I liked being able to play music during the show. Like if I needed to chill for a minute, I could play a song and zip over and take a dump if I wanted to, or get a new beer. All sorts of fun stuff. Can't do that anymore. But yes, I mean, we're paying for Spreaker, and if you're in your car driving and you don't want to watch a YouTube video while you're driving, you can listen to the show on Spreaker. And if you listen to the older shows, listen to, you know, there's always a song or two in every episode. You can listen to the type of music that I like.
See, everybody's different, Patrick.
No, everybody has to be exactly the same, Kevin.
Valerie, I'm not quite sure how to respond to that.
Dude.
Whoo! What?
You have Mayo. Revved up Mallory, apparently.
I think so. Oh, that's funny.
Anywho.
Not everybody's going to
before
like
Kevin
your
starts
music.
to blush.
Not everybody's going to like your music either way.
I listen to awesome music, sir. I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
I know. My son's buddy said the 80s music's way better than my parents' music. And I just said facts. That's all I said.
What? 80s music is better than your parents' music?
Than
Is that
his
what you
parents.
just
I'm
said?
sorry. His parents' music.
Well,
his parents aren't from the 80s.
What's wrong with the Beatles? You were...
And beyond. Before. Anything after about 94 or so, I don't see any real greatness in. What? 95 maybe. 96, 97.
Come on, you know you listen to Nickelback and...
Oh, I hate myself every time I hear myself humming to a Boy George song, but it'll happen on occasion.
I want
you really want.
No, that's actually Cheap Trick. That's a good song. Was it Do You Really Want to Hurt Me? Yeah, that's Culture Club. Yeah, okay. Yeah. And I would always
Wait a
answer
minute.
yes. Yes, I do.
Were you wrong? What?
You're more of a Wham guy, I think.
Oh, good Lord. No, I'll sing to Boy George. I don't know if I know any Wham songs or not.
What's that?
I did.
that song?
I did like George Michael though.
Careless Whisper.
Not sure if I know
Or
it, but yeah.
Wake Me Up Before You Go.
Oh, damn it. You caught me. All right. Fine.
Come on now.
Me and Paul in the club. Paul's got some old pictures he showed me before, so I got to see Paul in the club. I don't remember what he was showing before. Something about him and Fig in a club or something. I don't know.
Some sort of rave, probably. Probably sucking on a pacifier.
Yeah, well, it'll be all right.
Yeah.
So what's your thoughts?
I have no thoughts.
You have none? Zero?
I
You're
literally
thoughtless?
believe that we are getting fairly close to the end game. I don't want to be the negative Nelly, but I mean, come on. The writing is on the wall. They've got everything that they want. The Congress between Raja Kuthra-Murtry and his group and the plaintiffs in that lawsuit against the FDA, the public health organizations, the 13 or so public health organizations that sued and won.
Public health.
FDA is not going to have any options.
No.
Regardless of whether they want to be dicks or they want to be good guys, if they play nice and say we're going to use our enforcement discretion, those public health organizations are going to go to the judge and say, look, judge, you gave them plenty of time. They've had a full year to go through these applications, and you gave them a deadline, and they're scoffing at the deadline and shirking their responsibilities. Yep. You have to enforce the legal judgment that you put in place, because FDA has not appealed it. They don't plan on appealing it. No. Because look, the judge gave them the dates that they asked for. So
we're doing what's legally required.
All these people that are doing their best, and there are plenty of people that are doing their best to get the PMTAs, done and settled and everything. I just feel like that, with Kuthra-Murtry and these public health people, they've got FDA over a barrel. Yep. I feel like that they're trying to screw us. And then obviously, even if that does happen and this sweetener flavor ban thing passes in California, or not California, Canada.
Everybody note to self, Patrick was wrong.
I was not wrong. I misspoke. But California and Canada are pretty much the same thing.
Yeah, I was going to say they're very similar.
Very similar. Yeah.
We're sorry.
Except for the people in Canada are way more polite.
Way more cool, too.
Yeah. I just feel like that they're beta testing. Australia is play testing the prescription model. Canada is going to put through either a national flavor ban or a national sweetener ban. And, every other one of these countries is slightly doing a variation of new things to see which one sticks. And I feel like, we're getting close to the end of this. I really am afraid that regardless of all the hard work of the people that are doing their application process, that FDA is not going to have any options.
Nope.
That Congress is going to push them. The judge is going to push them, and they're going to say at the 9th of September, hey, you guys have to pull your product until the PMTAs get processed.
Because we can't do that.
Because they're not going to,
we're overwhelmed.
They're not going to get a single PMTA done.
But
not by the deadline.
While we're waiting, and before this happens, we're making them nervous. So Well, we're making researchers nervous. We're not making the FDA nervous. They don't.
I don't think I mean, really. Do I think the FDA are anti-vaping? No. They've admitted that they know that vaping is a potentially a life-saving technology.
Hard to find.
Do
but
they
they've
want? Do they want to regulate 6 million products?
Right.
No way in hell.
Oh, God,
they know. They know they can't regulate that many products. They can't. The infrastructure in place. If anybody could do it, we could do it, and they can't do it.
They can't do it. There's no way they can do it.
Not that many product variations. There's just no fucking way.
No.
So, they were, years ago, they were saying they only expected a handful of applications. When when they were in that lawsuit, when they were in with the judge, I think they said that they were, they only expect a couple thousand applications.
Yeah, I was thinking 4 or 5, whatever. Yeah.
And they got ultimately 6 million applications. There's just no fucking way.
The definition of government inefficiency.
Anybody that tells you that they think that the FDA can do it is that there's just not enough manpower. So
they have to hire more people.
And where's the money? They only got as much money as the tobacco companies will give them.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yep.
I feel like that there's going to be a lot of product that is going to have to be removed from the market while these applications continue to be processed.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that whether FDA wants to allow them to stay on the market, the judge and the Congress is not going to allow it to happen.
Right.
And from the tone of that video, the C-SPAN video and the one we played on the show, yeah, I don't think that we have any good graces with Congress.
No.
So
that's
my thoughts. I think, we're going to have to do what we have to do to continue to be here so that we can save smokers, whether we have government's permission or not.
Yeah.
I shouldn't have to ask permission to save somebody's life.
I don't like being told that I have to or not have to do shit.
That would be like a fucking lifeguard sitting on the, on the beach on the, the high chair that they got lifeguards sit on.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And seeing somebody drown and having to call to get authorization to go save somebody's life.
Exactly.
Are you going to give me permission to save that person's life?
I don't think it's funny. I really don't.
I don't. It's, this is only, when we got Ray's story.
Yep.
And, I presented that pretty harshly on this show as the, Nova Scotian government essentially saying, die gasping for air, Ray. We're taking your oxygen away.
Mm-hmm.
The government removing these products from the market is literally the government telling every smoker in the world, keep smoking and die.
Yep.
What do you mean the patches, the gums, the lozenges don't work?
Mm-hmm.
Smoke or do that or die. That's it. That's all, you don't get any input in this.
No. It's not your decision to make.
So, yeah, I feel like we're fucked. I saw a headline. I didn't watch the whole regulator watch thing with Alex Norcia, but the headline was kind of positive, and I'm like, where are you coming from?
Right.
I don't see this. I don't feel like FDA is going to save vaping because even if FDA wanted to, they couldn't. They're not going to be allowed. I don't think the judge, and I don't think the plaintiffs, and I don't think Congress is going to allow it.
Nope.
So that's my thoughts, Kevin. I'll give you, this is the first time you've ever gotten the last word.
My last word. I had a little Ruth Malone is a person that's out in California who doesn't work with Glance or didn't work with Glance ever, and hates hates people in general. That's my editorial opinion. Op-ed, we'll do the op-ed part of that. So today you hate people too. So she's always been on the fence. So I did a blog, Alice in Wonderland, and on her, because you can do private browser and see anything you want on Twitter within certain parameters. So she's complaining that her bike path is very dangerous, and it's 4 feet away from the traffic. And basically, I told her to wear a helmet, but I think bike paths should be banned, until we can find a safer alternative. But until then, you got to wear a helmet, So what's okay for us is our choice. I'm all for choice. My wife and I had a hour and a half discussion before the show about something that is touchy, but she has choices. She's not out of the woods right now. She still thinks for herself. I can't control her or plan. Yeah. Right now it's on the free mode, and I haven't figured out how to make it go back to the regular free mode. If you want the Alice blog, I can get it. But the idea that somebody that's sitting in UCSF, is that what it is? Can dictate what she thinks, but won't tell you what she really thinks because she's afraid of her career collapsing in one word form or another is a very sad thing. So when I did Alice in Wonderland, or Tobacco Land is what I called it, I said that she engaged with anecdotal vapors quaintly without making a statement. She teetered on a picket fence without committing. Rocking back and forth, a dangerous line of indecision. I know you guys might be bored because I didn't share the graphic, but I strongly suggest focusing your eyes on the alleged ball, because she said she keeps her eyes on the ball with tobacco. So that ball would be less tobacco used for the public in the vaping sense of it, or snus, or whatever it is people decide to do. But I imagine the implications of a well-respected by her peers professional like her is facing one of two possibilities, like most of them are. Cliff Douglas is our example lately, who flipped. We won't get into that for now, but one choice of her possibilities is if she says they're better than smoking or goes that way, that she'll be ostracized like Dr. Glover has been by merely stating that the emperor has no clothes. But think of the thousands of Twitter fans she might get. The other way is she'll empower them to take a stand with her and realize potential of millions of smokers' lives hanging in the balance, frustratingly in disillusioned balance it is. And either way, she can't win, I suppose. But in indignant irreverence for her own chosen profession, recognizing the public and public health and the public it intends to serve, at least at face value, is unacceptable, because she is irreverent to our words and our research. And, well, I'm on the fence, I don't know, that kind of stuff is constantly smacked in our faces. And like Leanna just said, we're going to find a way to do what we have to do to help people who are wanting to choose less harmful alternatives, with or without Ruth. Ruth can actually kiss my ass. I invited her to A Billion Lives. She politely declined. I bought her a copy.
She was polite.
She politely declined. I'll be out of town that weekend, fuck off. So then I said, you know what? Fuck that. I'm going to buy her a digital copy of A Billion Lives. And I did. And then she said she couldn't get it right. And I referred her to Erin because I didn't know how to fix whatever her bug was or wasn't. And then she never really wanted to respond. And eventually she blocked me because I'm a smart ass, and she deserves every second of it, just like Chapman or anyone else. So when they block, sometimes it's because I'm being a smartass, and other times it's because they won't prove themselves right. And yeah, we're on a slow decline to hell in some ways, but we're not going to go anywhere, and we're not going to shut up, and we're going to keep finding the deficiency in who is supposed to be the authority. So I hope you guys enjoy what we do, and as long as you're here, we're here, period. And I love every damn one of you, even you, Ed, if you're still there.
I think Ed retired.
He probably did. He's old people. I don't know.
Well, you know, old people.
Older. On a good note, I've got my grandson in the morning, so that's going to be fun.
Woo.
Somebody to watch me, you know. Keep an eye on me. You know the little poppets you throw and they make noise?
Not poppers.
No, not poppers. The little freaking tiny things.
Snap things.
We went through a whole box of them last weekend. Like two little guys having fun.
You should buy a whole case of those. Just, you know, every time he comes, just have him throw them.
I got 4 boxes left.
I'm gonna buy him some M80s.
No. He's throwing one
you
against
can have these, but you have to throw these at Grandpa.
Yeah, that's right. Bang snaps. That's good. Good enough. So yeah, we had fun with that. So we're gonna do that again tomorrow. We got to get out of Grandma's hair once in a while, you know.
I'm gonna be a horrible influence on your grandson.
Yeah. Good night. Good night. Good night.
So we love you guys.
Yep.
We do what we do to have some fun, to blow off some steam, and to just, you know, tell you stuff that you may not know or you might not have heard, you know.
Tell you stuff we've told you twice.
It's always good to have information that you didn't have before. So, you know, we're going to continue to do this, whether doomsday happens or not. And, you know, I've said this before, after doomsday and win or lose, you know, we're still going to be here. And if that means that we're on the losing side, we're going to be the rebellion. We're going to be the voice of the resistance. We're going to continue to bash the assholes on Twitter. We're going to drag into light all of the secrets that they don't want revealed. And we're going to pull down the pants of these, you know, prohibitionist liars.
I'm going to question every freaking word.
And then one day somebody's going to open their eyes like Cliff Douglas. One of these days, one of these people that have constantly spread misinformation and lies is going to go, you know what? Maybe we were wrong. Look at all these people that are dying that we could have prevented if we had just listened to these vape bros.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to have to admit that maybe they don't know everything, and maybe we don't know everything, but we knew about this.
You've got 6 years of shows to prove that. You know,
we have plethoras of hours of talking to scientists, of interviewing people, of reading news stories, of you know, giving people food for thought. And that's the main thing, is learning to think for yourself.
Open mind.
I can come on here and read something, and Kevin can come on here and read something, and it's not the same as learning for yourself. So we show you what we're doing on screen so that you can learn how to look for this stuff, how to think for yourself, how to, you know, dissect and critically think while reading these articles.
Or tell us we're wrong on occasion.
Yeah, every once in a while, Kevin makes a mistake. It happens.
Or 3, usually.
It happens. So, you know what? We love you guys. We appreciate you hanging out with us. And, you know, we'll be back in 7 days, and we'll have more stuff to talk about and probably more stuff to get pissed off about. So
yes.
Join us here, and we'll try to have some fun. So y'all be good. Go and hug your kids, tuck them in, make sure they're nice and safe in bed. Go find your wife and plant a big wet one on her, and wake up in the morning and enjoy your weekend. Barbecue or swim or do whatever it is that you guys do on the weekends to have fun, because Monday we're going to wake up and all of this shit's going to be here and the battles are still going to be going on. So love you. See you in 7 days. Bye.
No, never give up, never surrender.
We're exporting a whole lot of really bad and dangerous rhetoric, bad research, and unfortunately it's being picked up and amplified in other countries.
Never forget the elephant in the room. It's actually such a big elephant that I don't think people can even breathe in that room. It's such a huge elephant. It's the number one preventable cause of death in Australia. So when you are taking a precautionary approach, when you're like, no, we just don't know enough, I just tell them, shut up, because that just I don't know is killing people right now.
We're worried that, in fact, a lot of members of the public still think that using an e-cigarette is as harmful as smoking a cigarette. I mean, I have said that it would be tragic if smokers didn't quit and carried on smoking because they hadn't tried an e-cigarette, because they were worried about the safety of an e-cigarette.
It's not about really quitting smoking. Their ideological viewpoint against vaping is so strong and so weird. Like, honestly, it's just weird. I don't know why it invokes this incredible sort of anger from these people. I mean, this colleague of mine said to me when I first moved to get the inquiry up, her comment to me was, why don't they just use a patch? And I said to her, do you smoke? And she's like, no. I said, have you ever smoked? And she said, no. And I said, well, shut up then. You don't know how hard it is to quit smoking.
Engorged, anus.